parking is free. A portion of the proceeds supports the Eagles Autism Foundation and the Mann Center's free arts education initiatives. Tickets on sale at mancenter.org.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
When MLB talent takes the field, reactions get loud.
Oh my God!
Full scheme. Struck him out with 102.
Laser beam. Walk off, baby. This is the best.
Witness baseball greatness for yourself at the ballpark. Baseball is something else.
Yes!
Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Head on down to Citizens Bank Park on Friday, August 22nd at 6:45 when the Phils host the Nats. And fans 21 and over receive a City Connect Miller Lite floppy hat. Grab tickets now at Phillies.com. Kids 14 and under are invited to Circle the Diamond after the Phillies take on the Orioles on Wednesday, August 6th at 12:35 for Nemours Children's Health Kids Run the Bases. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million of affordable term life for you. All you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-770-0850. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-770-0850. 800-770-0850.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show. Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on a Wednesday, July 23rd. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. It's a Wednesday. That means Tony Bruno will join us coming up for the cut sheet from Florida. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. What a beautiful peach sunrise.
Peach?
This Bruno Hump Day Wednesday.
It's just peachy.
It's peachy.
It's just peachy out there. Gregory.
Hi, how are you?
Surprised you and Phil did not take a personal day
I was
today.
going to. I'm rocking my vintage Black Sabbath shirt this morning. The Sabbath Bloody Sabbath shirt.
Aww.
Yep. I mean,
Black Sabbath.
Look.
We know what you meant.
Ozzy, this was, everybody's surprised he made it to 76.
Right.
Let's just say that.
That's correct. Be like me making it to 76.
Yeah.
Stop.
Yep.
Oh, man. Awful news in the world of music, pop culture, entertainment. Aussie Osbourne dead at 76. We have a lot to get to on the show today, which will include a musical segment.
What?
If you are a This Week in Music history buff
fan,
there
are a lot of them.
Of the number one 8-share grabbing Phil Almquist.
I see he shared. I see he shared that with you, huh?
There's billboards on 95, and there should be. We will talk about Ozzy, and I want to go through because I am no musical expert. I know some things. I don't know a lot of things that I should know. We're going to have Phil come in here in the second hour. We'll tee up Phil and Greg, and I want to go through. This might be hacky and hokey. This is kind of a sports radio thing in July when there's nothing to talk about in sports, but we have a lot to talk about. But I do want to go through the Mount Rushmore, or at least your top 2 or 3, maybe 4, in each of the genres. Because he was, and correct me if I'm wrong, Stocker, he was the creator and the king of heavy metal, correct?
Agreed, yes.
Okay.
100%.
All right.
I mean, you can, there's disputes on, who really were the first, metal act, but no question it was Black Sabbath in my mind.
All right.
Don't they say they're the Beatles of
heavy metal? Yeah.
Heavy metal.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What the Beatles are to
Yes.
rock and roll.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's always the same.
All right. Big take today coming up on free speech because now the left is using the cancellation of Colbert and the defunding of NPR as attacks on the First Amendment.
Did you guys see that the Daily Mail is reporting that Bill Clinton also wrote a warm birthday wish to Jeffrey Epstein?
Did he draw a silhouette?
He did not. According to the Daily Mail, Bill Clinton wrote a warm and gushing letter. It was one page and profuse in its admiration for Jeffrey. So,
Jeffy boy.
Two things on this. One, the media are a bunch of hacks because nobody else is covering this besides the Daily Mail. Two, this makes me believe even more that this birthday letter exists.
Okay.
So everybody's saying it's a hoax. It ain't a hoax.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, no, I don't question whether or not it exists. It's just she asked a ton of people.
Yes.
A ton of people, and then she took all these pages and put it in a leather-bound
okay.
thing.
Your buddy is saying it's a hoax. Is saying it never existed.
Well, he's saying he didn't draw it.
No, he's saying it's a hoax, Dawn. He's saying it's a hoax. He's saying it never existed, right?
The book or
banning the Wall Street Journal, or we're banning the Wall Street Journal from press briefings
and
because
Scotland.
of this. Because of this,
they're not allowed to go to Scotland.
And now another thing comes out where Bill Clinton may have also written a warm and fuzzy letter to Jeff Epstein.
I never get letters on my birthday.
But don't worry, it's cool because Mike Johnson has adjourned the House, so they get to start their summer vacation early.
Yeah, how do those skunks get off for August?
Just
5 weeks.
Just because they don't want to vote on this bill to release the files. So nothing to see here.
But yet he says we want full transparency. MAGA Mike.
His quote was, let me just say his quote, "We're done being lectured on transparency." I agree with that because the Democrats are a bunch of hypocritic a-holes because they could have given two craps about this 4 years ago. Yeah. So I agree with him on that. Like Democrats don't lecture us on transparency because you guys were not transparent at all.
The least transparent administration of all time.
But for Mike Johnson to say, nope, we're done here. Everybody go home. The whole thing stinks.
Mike's ready to go to the beach. We will get to that in the big take with free speech. We will get to Obama. We will get to Trump. We will get to CNN and Epstein with what they put out last night. We will get to Ozzy, The Cut Sheet, Bruno, Fight Club. And by the way, did anything happen yesterday on Kayal and Company? Did anything develop? I missed the final hour and 12 minutes, but I've heard a lot of rave reviews on social media. I have to get caught up on the Odyssey. I have to see what I missed.
I missed the final hour in 12 minutes.
All right, let's get down to business. Round number 1 at 6:05. Here is the news with the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning on this Wednesday morning. What a gorgeous sunrise and a beautiful day in store. We are sponsored on this Wednesday, July the 23rd, here on Kayal and Company, sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. Just something that was mentioned and being talked about when Nick Kayal and Greg Stocker and so many thousands of you rode on Sunday. And that was many in the police family and law enforcement family were looking to today and what would happen today. And that is that one of the two suspects charged with murdering Philadelphia Police Sergeant James O'Connor, who pleaded guilty in federal court, is being sentenced today. So the suspect, Hassan Elliott, entered that plea deal in court, in federal court, and Elliott admitting he was the one who fired that fatal shot of Sergeant O'Connor. And, of course, Terry O'Connor, Sergeant O'Connor's widow, talking about how horrifying it is and many praying for her family today as they simply seek justice. But you may recall Sergeant O'Connor was shot while a SWAT team was serving that search warrant on the 1600 block of Bridge Street. This was in the Frankfurt section of Philadelphia 5 years ago, more than 5 years ago. It was actually back in March of 2020, and the family has sought to just have some justice and have some closure. So with this happening, he faces the rest of his life behind bars. The federal prosecutors seeking, 50 plus years behind bars. And as you well know, federal sentences, what does that mean? It means you don't get any so-called gain time. So we are following this case very carefully and many prayers, obviously, for the O'Connor family. And no doubt many in the police, law enforcement community will be there in court to hear this as justice is carried out. By the way, Police Commissioner Kevin Bethel, has been in court, has been vocal about this, saying that while he's not necessarily happy that they were able to cut a quote-unquote plea deal, that at least they're satisfied with this, that the families get some closure in this tragic situation.
Why are they only seeking 50 years for the murder of a police officer?
How
old is the suspect? Do we know?
Sergeant O'Connor, 23-year. I'm looking for his age at this. I usually try to focus on the victims.
Yeah.
So I apologize. I don't have the scumbags in here, their ages. I try not to even say their names too much.
Okay. 50 years is basically
but
life,
Seeking that want to make sure that these guys, the two, but I think there were 4 involved in all with this. But, as far as, and we've reported on this extensively, but you think of the O'Connor family shattered, Jimmy and Terry, they were high school sweethearts. It's just a heart-wrenching situation. They raised 2 kids. And by the way, his son, James, is a 6th district police officer, and their daughter, and we've reported this and talked about it, their daughter, Kelsey, is in the Air Force. So a family of patriots. We're just thinking about them today. And by the way, I know that at the time, he did get to meet his first grandchild 5 months before he passed. But decades of service. So we're thinking about that, and it's heavy on our hearts. And obviously, we talked about it, and Nick has talked about it. Greg has talked about it, and I know that many of you have. So I just wanted to give you that heads up. We'll be watching that in court today. The drunk driver who had pleaded guilty already to hitting and killing a 27-year-old young Philadelphia doctor at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. 69-year-old Michael Vahey entered that guilty plea to vehicular homicide, DUI, many other charges. He pleaded guilty back in April, but this guy was sentenced yesterday. He'll spend 6 to 20 years behind bars in prison. He got his sentence yesterday. This happened, you may recall, right near the corner of 18th and Spruce Streets in Center City. And if you drive by that spot, they have what they call an angel bike, a little tribute there in the spot where this young doctor, she was a chief resident at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and working toward a pediatric oncology fellowship to try to, help little kids fighting cancer, a real inspiration here. And so her family, friends, parents, they were speaking out, talking about what a light she was in this world. Just a real tragedy here. So we have that one going on. We also have, you may recall that 911 outage that happened and recently, and now we have the preliminary analysis on this, finding that 911 outage that affected all of Pennsylvania earlier this month, they're saying it was some kind of a defect in an operating system, was not believed to be the result of any kind of a cyber attack. So the Pennsylvania Emergency Management Agency released that yesterday, but we don't have all the details. So it was on, July 11th. And that day we had intermittent outages started in Delaware County.
Yeah,
remember that?
I had multiple notifications on my phone throughout the day once I got back after the show was over.
What makes you feel better / worse that it wasn't a terror attack or that it was just a quote unquote glitch in the system? Both answers seem to me to be not great.
Just goes to show you how vulnerable things can be, right?
Exactly.
Just like at the snap of a finger, society can collapse.
Yep.
We have Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman. He's pushing he introduced the Payment Choice Act and wants to make it illegal for any businesses to refuse cash as a payment. So the Payment Choice Act, legislation requiring businesses to accept cash or provide a device that converts cash to a prepaid card without any fees. It would allow businesses to refuse payments made. It would allow the businesses.
Wait, businesses refuse cash?
Yeah.
There are. It's ridiculous.
It's stupid.
It's ridiculous. Like, what do we have money for?
Right.
If a business can just say no, sorry.
Especially small businesses, they love cash.
Exactly.
Yeah, they don't want to pay those processing fees on cards.
Yep. Yeah,
So-
it's this is ridiculous that we even have to do this.
I agree.
Remember that and there's a lot of there are some counterfeiting issues. So if it's a $50 bill or larger, the business is allowed to refuse the payments if they don't have they can't make the change or they don't have one of those pens to see if it's counterfeit. So it does have a provision for that. If it's a $50 bill, they can say, "Do you have anything smaller? Break it. I don't have the change."
Mm-hmm.
They are allowed for that. But anyway, he had put that in there. We do have on the economic front, I know Nick's going to get into all the Trump news and everything that's swirling, but President Trump yesterday announcing what he called a massive deal with Japan involving reciprocal tariffs of 15% on the country's exports to the United States, labeling this as perhaps, quote, the largest deal ever made, saying this is huge, adding that Japan will invest $550 billion into the U.S. economy, and the U.S. would receive the bulk of those profits. It would, spawning jobs and all of that. Just looking at the news when that happened, stocks of Honda, Japan's Honda, jumping 8.4%, Toyota popping up nearly 10%. It was 9.97%. Nissan up 7%. Mazda Motor surging more than 16%.
Piazza Auto Group.
Yeah, right. That's what I thought too. But I think in general, you think of, in all seriousness, those vehicles and the car makers and just a big deal getting done. It was, I think futures are back up this morning again, surging, but it was a good day in the stock market. So I know we're going to get into a lot of politics, but those are, as we talk about tariffs and we talk about results and the economy and what's going on, just wanted to put that out there for you. Are you going to talk about what happened in New Jersey? I know you have a lot packed into your big take, Nick Kayal. Are you going to talk about Alina Habba?
No, I'm not.
New Jersey.
No, I am not, but I do have a comment prepared for when you read this.
So I'll just headline this for you. I want to get through it. But New Jersey, federal judges here, a lot of politics going on. They have benched, I'll say in an air quote, Alina Habba as U.S. attorney there. So Justice Department then, they fired back and fired Desiree Grace as the newly appointed U.S. attorney for the District of New Jersey, hours after those federal judges in the state chose her over President Donald Trump's pick, obviously, Alina Habba. I will point out to you, Desiree Grace is a registered Republican, and she has worked in that office for, nearly about 9 years as a federal prosecutor. So they're claiming that this is an issue of the fact that Alina Habba, while a more experienced attorney, did not have experience in that office at the federal level as a prosecutor, quote unquote.
So Habba is out, or she's reinstalled?
It'll take her contract is up this week, and it'll take then President Trump. He can trump this.
Okay.
So you have,
which he probably will because she's been loyal to him. Although, remember, I told you guys on this show a little over a year and a half ago, after golfing with some people at Trump Philadelphia, that Alina Habba is not necessarily the sharpest attorney in the legal landscape of America.
Who says that?
I can't reveal that source. Come on, journalist.
Is it a male?
I'm not going to say.
Is it? I'm just wondering. Is it a man?
Are you going to do sexism, stenciling?
This guy is a big fan of Trump. He has defended him, and he is also in the legal profession. And he says he seems wet hair sharper than Alina Habba. Just saying. Wow. I'm just saying.
It's amazing. And you think about New Jersey. I'll just say this. And Greg knows this. I covered Matt Platkin. I know he's not at this level, but he is the AG. And, I didn't hear people saying these things about him when he was appointed as the AG. He's been a nightmare. Mm-hmm. He was a punk when he couldn't even defend Katie Brennan. Remember when she had said she was sexually assaulted and she was under Murphy as she was a volunteer with him. I'm just saying, for the record, a lot of guys, Trump didn't have any political experience when he came into the job. Right. It's just always amazing to me when an attractive female comes in and all these guys say, oh, she's not that smart. It's like, oh, women aren't funny.
I can't judge her.
I can
only go from what I've been told.
She seems, you've covered her a million times. Does she seem like an idiot?
Everybody looks bright compared to me.
See, that was such a great, lovable teddy bear answer, wasn't it?
You're
it was
welcome.
Like, and Nick will get in the big take to everything going on with House Republicans, what they've been doing, the 5-week vacation that they're going to take now. We also will headline the fact that House Republicans proposed naming the Kennedy Center's Opera House after Melania Trump. That's another headline making the rounds this morning. Right. And I was weaving into singing the Opera House after Melania, which leads us to, I know you'll be doing a lot of segments and tributes to the one and only Ozzy Osbourne.
By the way, are you going to play Ozzy out of every break today or Black Sabbath?
I'll play some.
Okay. That was my house last
yesterday.
night.
I was just tuning around, hearing what some of the local stations were doing, and I was just like, yeah, it's good. I'm like, I love Sabbath. I love Ozzy.
Yeah.
But like every station was just like wall to wall, and I was just like,
I'm sure you if you do play any, it'll be from back in the 70s or 80s or 90s. But if I can make a request, I would love to hear the 2013 song "Let Me Scream." Let me hear you scream. I'd like to hear that today.
Are you making a request?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, long distance dedication request.
So are people allowed to put in requests?
For Snuggles. For Snuggles the dog.
So Ozzy Osbourne, his family confirming he has died. He was 76 years young. Heavy metal legend, rose to fame as Greg Stocker's wearing the T-shirt in the pioneering group Black Sabbath.
Yep.
Just to recall something that was it about 5 years ago, he had been diagnosed with Parkinson's disease.
Awful.
Had other
From
ailments.
Yeah.
You know what's funny about him is that like all the years of drugs and alcohol and every crazy thing that he did, you know what really made him almost took him out was an ATV accident.
Really?
He fell off an ATV that was going really fast in the early 2000s, and he did something to his spine. He needed all kinds of back surgeries, all kinds of stuff. He really was never the same after that, and I'm speculating, but I believe that's what led to his Parkinson's.
Zioli had a great tweet yesterday. He says Fauci is now blaming Ozzy Osbourne's death on eating a bat and saying he was patient zero.
I thought of that with the bat story. I know we'll get into the bat story. But Greg, he actually, so he fell at his home, though. Wasn't that back in 2019?
It was.
Didn't he have a fall in his home? But then
he
did have the, all-terrain vehicle accident after that.
No, he had the all-terrain vehicle in like 2003.
In 2003?
Early.
That was right around the launching
2000s.
of the TV show with the Osbournes, right?
Yeah. Yeah, because I think there was video of it. I think there was video of him riding around on the ATV.
I watched that show for a little bit with my wife back in the day when we started dating. I never liked the son, the little fat pudgy one.
Yeah.
Yeah. He lost a lot of weight though, so good for him.
Yeah, he has MS.
Oh, does he?
Yeah. The whole family's a mess.
Yeah. Such an evil laugh.
God. So we'll talk about all of it today. So much to talk about. Our own Phillies beating the Boston Red Sox 4-1 last night. Christopher Sanchez allowing 4 hits in a complete game victory. Max Kepler, Kyle Schwarber homered, and yes, Phillies victorious. So
they're going to have to. They're going to have to either get a big bat or some power arms in the bullpen before the trade deadline is up. You cannot squander and waste this pitching staff this year.
I was gonna ask you about this. With the acquiring David Robertson, do you think that they're going to make a big move before July 31st?
Well, if David Robertson is the big move, then they're SOL because he's 40 years old. His best days are past him. He's not a Yankee anymore from 10 years ago. So.
Well, I know we'll see if we're talking about it as much because we have. Yesterday, I know they had a meeting, but today's officially Eagles camp, right?
Yeah.
Summer camp.
Yeah, the boys rolled into the facility yesterday.
Oh, my goodness.
Always a dreadful day for a football player, knowing that your life is over for the next 6 months.
And that's high school, college, or pros, right?
Torture. Just torture.
Well, we are sponsored this morning by Piazza Auto Group, the definition of automotive sporting luxury. The 2025 Range Rover Sport is available for a limited time at 3.9% financing for up to 60 months. Just visit Land Rover Westchester, Willow Grove, or Wilmington today to find yours. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring our first edition of Kayal & Company News Live. And I know it'll be another beautiful day, but we're warming up, Nick.
How about that? 69 degrees, going up to 85 today. Plenty of sun, low humidity, no storms, no rain. It's going to be great. We'll get a little bit of a storm on Friday and then a beautiful weekend as well. So a good stretch coming up. It's all brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. Staples.com. Big take coming up next. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Seems like back to school happens earlier each year.
First day of school coming in hot.
And this year, my kids had massive supply lists.
Folders, notebooks, and pens. Oh, the humanity.
But Staples had everything I needed, with some items just 25 cents.
Watch the small print.
No. My back to school budget was saved by Staples Easy Button.
Everything for school, in stock and as low as 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
In store, online, and on the app. Ends 8/23 while supplies last.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Oh, yeah, it's Kayal and Company. 6:30 on a Wednesday. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. A little Aussie Osbourne. Tony Bruno's coming up. 7:45. Fight Club at 9:10. Let's get to a midweek big take, shall we?
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by First Bank, The Big Take, free speech, and the flimsy excuses coming down from the former arbiters of censorship and cancel culture. It is absolutely killing the left, and I absolutely love it. In light of CBS canceling Colbert, CBS News having to cough up even more to Donald Trump, NPR and PBS losing its public funding, as well as Bob Costa saying you can have your own opinions, but not your own facts, it's a perfect time to analyze the state of the First Amendment in the United States of America. Because for so many years, the establishment, legacy media, and all of the corrupt American institutions, they controlled the narrative, but not anymore. They still have a mathematical advantage. They still influence some, but when you look at the sheer outlets, their impact has faded. CNN is cooked. MSNBC's lost a huge chunk of its viewers. Late-night talk show hosts that are no longer funny are in dire straits. And those who loved the silencing of speech in the Biden era are crying like little babies now. Let's start with CBS, since they have been smacked down twice by Truth. We begin with Colbert. All of his fellow unfunny, liberal, non-comedic colleagues believe it's the Trump administration's fault. It was politics. That is just patently false. Colbert was canned because he cost his company $40 million alone last year. No amount of big pharma ads could get Stevie Boy out of the hole. Rob Schneider, also a comedian, also very funny, also a conservative and Trump-supporting free speech absolutist, as all comedians should be. Well, here's what he had to say on the marketplace of ideas and the cancellation of Colbert. Listen and watch.
I was just wondering, you wrote an op-ed about Stephen Colbert's cancellation the other day. Why did you feel the need to speak out about that?
I was asked. So they asked my opinion. And we're still, last time I checked, we're allowed to answer questions and give our opinions. And I think I said what I needed to say there.
Great. Thank you so much.
I had to say, free speech is free speech, but it's not free from consequences. And I prefer the old days, Johnny Carson.
Amen to that. The op-ed they are referring to was published at foxnews.com, where Rob Schneider wrote the following headline: Colbert gets crash course in what freedom of speech really means. And Rob Schneider writes the following, quote, respectfully, Stephen Colbert has been doing nothing but thinly disguised Democratic propaganda talking points for the last 8 years plus. While I completely support Mr. Colbert's freedom of speech, His utter disdain for half of America and every swing state greatly diminished his audience potential. I also respect Colbert's direct criticism of his employer, CBS/Paramount, and his opinion that they caved to President Trump when they settled their lawsuit against the sitting president. That took guts. I will give him that. But Colbert, like ABC late night host Jimmy Kimmel, excluded conservatives completely from his show and limited and prevented his audience from hearing opposing viewpoints. Colbert fed liberal slop to his liberal-minded Kamala supporters and cared less about challenging them intellectually by actually appealing to their higher nature or engaging in thought-provoking debate. Nah, just keep essing on half the country that is no longer afraid to say women don't have penises and boys shouldn't get to beat up girls in girls' sports. So while I support Mr. Colbert's First Amendment right to free speech, that constitutionally only applies to the government not being able to silence you or seek reprisals. As for CBS Paramount, they are a private company and they pay the bills, or they used to. So they can fire anybody they want. And Colbert, who earned an estimated $20 million salary, was reportedly losing the company $40 million per year. That's the potential price tag for using your, quote, free speech. It is not free from consequence. I, too, have experienced repercussions, both financial and career-wise, for my willingness to express my thoughts and opinions in the public square and public forum, for my outspoken support of parents whose children suffered neurological disorders from a mandated drug that their pediatrician assured them was completely safe, but turned out not to be. I lost work. In 2023, I was fired from a movie because of my opinion on the COVID vaccine and my public statements against people being forced to take it. I'm proud of that. And I was disgusted that Colbert had dancing syringes on his talk show, catering to his audience into taking the experimental gene therapy while he and Kimmel and even President Biden shamed and belittled the unvaccinated. Kimmel even suggested that those who refuse to take the vaccine should be denied treatment in the hospital. Here was more of Rob Schneider, this time at Turning Point USA, discussing free speech. Listen and watch.
America is God's blueprint for humanity to live in prosperity and liberty, because America recognizes the dignity of the individual and that he is made in God's image and has inalienable rights. So let's agree that it's okay to disagree, that no opinions, no ideas, no challenges should be off the table in a free society. America was built on the freedom to question our government, and we must ensure that we don't let that principle slide. Dissent, to disagree, and your right to speak out, to protest, to challenge authority without fear of censorship or government reprisals is essential to our liberty.
I believe every word of what he just said there, as I'm sure all of you do as well. But in the corporate world, it's different. The left is finding out that the media can no longer manipulate narrative and messages in order to deny the American people of truth and transparency. And CBS found out the hard way, as we now have another update to Paramount paying Trump. Headline from the Daily Mail: Trump actually scores a $36 million big win in settlement with CBS and 60 Minutes over the edited Kamala Harris interview. They write, quote, "We have just achieved a big and important win in our historic lawsuit against 60 Minutes, CBS, and Paramount," Trump wrote on Truth Social. Just like ABC and George Slopadopoulos, CBS and its corporate owners knew that they defrauded the American people, and they were desperate to settle. Trump said that the Paramount CBS 60 Minutes settlement of $16 million will actually be an additional anticipated $20 million from the new owners of CBS via advertising, PSAs, or similar programming. This is another in a long line of victories over the fake news media who are holding to account their widespread fraud and deceit. The Wall Street Journal, the failing New York Times, the Washington Post, MSDNC, CNN, and all other mainstream media liars are on notice that the days of them being allowed to deceive the American people are over. That was Trump on Truth. And mainstream media is so in their feelings that even MSNBC, get ready for this, they are defending Rupert Murdoch. Think about that. Headline from MSNBC: Rupert Murdoch should stand for free speech. and fight Trump's bogus Wall Street Journal lawsuit. They write, quote, as corporations pay shakedown settlements, the 94-year-old right-wing media mogul has an opportunity to resist Trump's assault on the First Amendment. The Hill, with this headline, quote, this has not been a great week for free speech, says former NPR CEO. The truth is, this has nothing to do with speech or the First Amendment, but it has been a great week for fighting back against media manipulation and conning citizens of this country on left-wing one-way propaganda. And here are the big takeaways. Generate your own ad revenue, NPR. Release full transcripts and transparency of interviews, CBS. Adapt or perish. And in the business world, Economics 101, turn a profit or you're gone. That's the way it works in every sector of society. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
Which is brought to you by First Bank. If you're ready to drive your business's success with a trusted local partner, you can count on First Bank for personalized support and smart solutions to help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on X at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, let your comments rip in the YouTube chat. All right, Dawn, now all of a sudden the left is defending free speech, but the fact is they're way off base again because with Colbert and with NPR, it's not about the First Amendment and free speech here. It's about finances and funding. They're not even in the right time zone right now with their argument.
Yeah, I just think that the average person, even though the economy is improving, I still think the average person doesn't really care about somebody who had a very blessed career, who made, like you said, it's $16 to $20 million a year, and that's his salary. So, to me, I just think the real story here is that we're witnessing a real evolution and a revolution in technology that's impacting media. So that this late night show that has a rich history, think of it's the Ed Sullivan Theater traditionally. It's where Letterman and many, before him had broadcast. So I think it's the bigger story is the death of late night and late night comedy shows.
Mm-hmm.
What is funny nowadays?
Right.
And we're defining that in real time. People just don't think they're funny. They lost their funny. They lost their way.
The word is cringe. Every time you see it, everybody says it's cringe.
Cringe
right?
comedy?
Yeah.
Rather than late night comedy?
Yep. And the other thing that just blows me away is the failure to grasp basic economics here for a business. And I'm talking for the for-profit business model. It's just whether you go back to the beginning of Doge with federal employees losing their jobs due to downsizing and the whining and the crying of the woe is me, I lost my job, to any company in the corporate world away from government. I mean, if you do not generate revenue for your employer, your boss, you're expendable. The fact that people don't, my mother-in-law and my father-in-law, they run multiple small businesses and they look at their balance, their ledgers and what they pay for product, what they pay for employees, what the vendors charge for them to be there. Like the big musical festivals coming up in the Lehigh Valley for Music Fest. Music Fest takes 33% off of my mother-in-law right from the jump of her sales. They get a third of it. So then, if you do the math, my mother-in-law before taxes looks at the 67% left over and says, okay, here's what I can afford to pay you. Here's what I can afford as far as total employees because I need to turn a profit. So this whole CBS Paramount thing, Stephen Colbert, think about this. When we talk about businesses that lose money, the WNBA, they're now doing this I need to be paid stuff. They haven't turned a profit in 35 years.
Why is that, though? So why is it that people choose to go to, so I think it's about supply and demand. You're right about the profit, but let's think about media and corporate-run media that put together a very slick show. So whether it's late night comedy, whether it's news, especially national news, all looking the same, all controlled by corporate media. And I think just as we don't want slick talking candidates anymore who look and sound more like a car salesman, we don't want slick produced whatever, late night comedy, news, candidates. We want authenticity. So take it now to, like you just said, your mother-in-law or a podcast, or here, us at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Okay, my camera angle, you know what I mean? It's a camera mounted up. This is not a staff with 200 people with all kinds of slick looking stuff that is carefully orchestrated. It's more authentic. There's a grassroots feel to it. There's an audience that's interactive, and so you know that this is real, and they hold our feet to the fire. They're probably right now saying something about me or you or Greg to bust our chops or agree or disagree, but there's a real authenticity to it. So I think in part what we're seeing is people saying, I don't want the Stephen Colbert's. I don't want him to think that somehow because he's this slick, high-paid corporate, basically dude, that he can tell me how to think. I mean, we experienced that in real time yesterday with somebody who's a product of that, who's a very Bob Costas, a legendary guy who for so long, I mean, people, have liked him and thought, oh, he's a good guy, and started out in the business, but over the years existed as a high-paid, coddled individual in an industry where they were really in this bubble. And I think there was this thought police where they just think they can tell us how to think. No, you can't.
Right.
And we're not going to listen to you.
Yep. And then the fallout yesterday, I saw this courtesy of Barrett Media. NPR executive Edith Chapin announces upcoming exit. The editor-in-chief and acting chief content officer has announced plans to step away from the public radio network later this year. The announcement of her departure comes days after Congress voted to remove more than $1 billion in federal funding designated for the Corporation of Public Broadcasting, which has been sent to NPR and PBS. In a memo to staffers, Chapin said that it was her decision to exit the outlet and was not related to the elimination of funding. Yeah. She just realized her job got a lot more difficult.
Yeah, but I would submit to you with NPR or PBS or any of the corporate, right, that oversees the corporation that oversees them, that's a nonprofit. What if NPR was to the right of Fox News? What if right now they were just always far reporting and everything was skewed to a far right rhetoric
and received government funding
and received government funding? I would say the same thing. I would say, hey, you be you can do whatever you want to the right, to the left. I don't want to pay for it.
Sure.
Make your own profit. So to me, they keep saying that the Colberts or PBS or whatever, if Colbert, if somebody is an entity, a nonprofit that is in the media with streaming and everything that's out there right now, you could argue that way back in the day, 40, 50, 5, 6 decades ago, whenever that started, you could say to yourself, well, maybe they needed it back in the day. We don't need it now.
Right. And Colbert, by the way, was averaging 2.4 million viewers per night, which is not terrible by any stretch.
No.
So imagine if you're Kimmel, if you're Fallon, if you're Seth Meyers, now maybe you're not making about what Colbert did financially, but if your ratings are smaller and you probably have a production staff of over 100, you're probably costing ABC and NBC. I wouldn't be surprised if we found out they were operating in the negative. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, put a bow on the 6 o'clock hour. Speaking of highly priced talent on television that's probably costing people money, Sonny Hostin says this cancellation of Colbert and NPR funding is a threat to democracy. We're back after this.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC company out for a $59 AC tune-up, and the service tech tells you there are 3 other things that need to be fixed that would cost you hundreds, if not more, dollars? That's because these clowns are really salesmen, not service techs. At Marvin E. Cans, we can't tune up your system for only $59, but we will tune it up for a fair price, and that's all we'll do. If you want an honest HVAC company, then contact us at marvinekanze.com.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com before July 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Dawn Stensland here. What an exciting time for my friends at the Piazza Auto Group and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda has won more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand, including Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, Best Valued Brand. Whether you're eyeing the Accord CR-V or the Pilot, you are choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. You can always shop online, piazzahonda.com, for today's special offers. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, Royers Ford, remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
.650 Kayal Company, Wednesday morning. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch the show on YouTube. Download the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, iHeartRadio app as well. Tony Bruno coming up in less than an hour. Riveting edition of a Wednesday cut sheet. Looking forward to that. Fight Club rolls on. And
programming note, too. Tony Bruno will be with us at 7:45. He'll also be in for Dom Giordano today, noon to 3.
Whoa!
Oh, okay.
So
it's a Bruno double dip.
It's a Bruno double dip Wednesday.
Yeah, as Ernie Banks once said, let's play too. Yeah, baby. We'll get to a rare Obama rebuttal, as well as CNN throwing out things from 1993 as if it was breaking news last night with Trump and Epstein. That'll be coming up in hour number 2. Also have a very good clip from Matt Taibbi to get to when it comes to the DOJ's findings with Tulsi Gabbard, and we will hit on that. But as we wrap up the first hour, I just wanted to play this as we talk about free speech in America because, you know, we've heard so many different things. The left, they've got a limited playbook, right? It's racist, it's sexist, it's homophobic, it's transphobic, Trump's Hitler, and it's a threat to democracy. And then you start cycling back through it. So now they're back to the cancellation of opposing views is politically motivated, and this should scare all of us because this is a threat to democracy. So says Sunny Hostin on The View from ABC. I believe we have the audio only, and this was her view yesterday on Colbert's cancellation and why Donald Trump is such a bad person.
It could be financial, and I don't know that it's purely political. It could be, but my concern is if it is political, then everyone should be concerned. People on the right should be concerned. People on the left should be concerned, because it's very clear that if it is political, this is the dismantling of our democracy. This is the dismantling of our Constitution, right? And so the First Amendment is the First Amendment for a reason, and that is freedom of the press, freedom of speech, freedom to speak truth to power. If that is taken away, if the comedians are being attacked, then that means our Constitution is being dismantled.
That's right.
That means the very rubric of our democracy is being dismantled. And I think every single person should be really, really concerned about it. I'm thrilled that Senator Warren, Elizabeth Warren, Senator Bernie Sanders is asking Skydance, is asking for answers whether or not this was political. The Writers Guild is actually asking the Attorney General to look into this situation to find out if it was political. And if we find out it is political, what are we going to do as a country? We must protect our Constitution and we must protect our democracy. Because it's bigger than just the cancellation.
You can kill it right there.
television.
There's nothing you're going to be able to do. They are a private company. They can do whatever they want. It is simply not political. It is financial. Think about this. You're Skydance. You take over the company and you say, and you're looking at the books and you get to page 2 and you get to the Colbert Show and you say, whoa, is that a negative $40 million? All right, something has to change here. That's not what we're about. When you're acquiring, quote, an asset, if you have something that is operating and the cost of operation is more than the product you're turning as a profit, you're going to chop it off.
Let me ask you a question, Nick, Kayal, Don Stanslin. In radio here, when we're shown the door, do you think we're going to get 10 months to say goodbye to everybody? Or do you think we're going to be able to do a final show?
No.
Or do you think they're going to pull us in on a Friday and be like, we're getting rid of the show?
We will be off the website before I get to the parking lot.
And then Monday, there'll be a whole new show and it'll be like we never existed.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. So for them to say that, for him to do 10 months worth of shows, where basically he has no guardrails. He can do whatever he wants to.
You think he's going to actually see these 10 months out?
I do.
You do?
Yeah. I absolutely do. But companies don't do that for people they quote unquote fire or need to get rid of.
Right.
They just don't.
So they must like him to give him 10 months, even though he's been a financial albatross.
It's a money thing. But again, they would eat the loss. They would eat the loss if they were forced to get rid of him. They would. They wouldn't give him 10 months to say whatever he wanted to.
Yeah.
They just wouldn't.
Right.
That's and also that's not, quelling free speech.
No. But notice the terminology there is the truth to power again. We're hearing that. That's a talking point for the left.
Even Jon Stewart the other night mocked that and said, we're not speaking truth to power.
No.
We're just comedians making jokes.
Just entertain us.
Yeah.
I don't need to hear about your thoughts on the First Amendment. This isn't a First Amendment issue.
Yep.
So there you go. They're all concerned now because if Colbert's going, then they're all saying, boy, am I the next one up? Could very well be.
And by the way, from what I hear last night, they had on Colbert's show, it was Seth Meyers, Jimmy Fallon, and Jimmy Kimmel all came on to show support for him.
Oh.
So you're telling me Paramount, they're gonna allow that? If this is, some
other
sort of
networks,
coup.
competitors.
Yeah, it's like the theory just doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So I want to, as somebody who has a little bit of knowledge on the inside of here, companies just don't operate like that. If they really wanted to get rid of them, the show would be gone and that would be it.
Mm-hmm.
Or they would keep the late night show and bring in Greg Gutfeld to do it. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous to say that this is at all political.
Yeah, the fact that, and by the way, again, they already canceled Corden, who was the Late Show.
Yep.
And now they're canceling Colbert. So it's not political. They're out of the industry, period.
100%.
It's not like they're bringing in Bob Smith and paying him $2 million a year in a cost-cutting move.
Yeah.
That was my point, that it's the death, as we're witnessing in real time, the death of late night comedy shows. It's a consumer issue. It's a supply and demand issue.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, but they see it all about them.
Yep. All right, 855-839-1210. Dawn will have news to kick off hour number 2. Why did 44 make a rare rebuttal? We'll get to that. And I told you in Monday's Big Take, there would be a media blackout with Tulsi Gabbard's revelations with Obama. Just how little has the mainstream media covered it? We'll give you the details next.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Out here in the middle of these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. That's how it feels when you're struggling with your mental health. But you don't have to feel alone. Find more information at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or price stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with a paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text CLEAN to 323232. That's CLEAN to 323232. Text CLEAN to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right, the season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. So treat yourself with savings. Heart Healthy Omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and a lot more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Again, don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions from blood pressure, cholesterol, to energy and sleep. Rescue's got you covered. Stock up for summer. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you. It's all at res-q.com or call 800-262-5483.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
United Tire, reliability when you need it most.
I was in a bind before leaving for a road trip, and they were able to help me right away. Thank you so much for fixing my tire last minute. Super accommodating staff. Would highly recommend.
And another recent reviewer said,
"First time here and was a very pleasant experience. Clean lobby, professional staff. This is my auto service place now."
Find your auto and tire service center. United Tire. All locations and more at unitedtire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Mustard. Kayal and Company. Yeah. Thank you, Gregory. I love this song. Can I let it run for the full 3.5?
No.
All right. Welcome back in. Hour 2. Kayal and Company, 7 o'clock hour. In full swing. Brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders, where you can furnish your home and make a statement for summer with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces of all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by their experts. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield. We'll get to Obama, Trump, Epstein, CNN. Also, with Aussie Osbourne passing away, an extended today in music history, a little musical ranking debate, and we'll get to that a little bit earlier than usual with Phil coming up in the second half of the 9 o'clock hour. Bruno's coming up in just about 40 minutes for the cut sheet, and again, he will be filling in for Dom Giordano today at noon. But let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:05. Let me hear you scream, Dawn, and give us all the bad shootings and bad stuff that people do.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. This Wednesday morning, we are looking at another beautiful day, 72 crisp degrees, a gorgeous sunrise, full forecast coming up. We heard from a local suburban woman, Bernadette Gaudio, testifying yesterday in this trial in the shooting at her Lower Marion, Montgomery County home that happened back in December, December 8th of 2024, that left her paralyzed. And at the same time, her 25-year-old son, Andrew Gaudio, was murdered that night. She tearfully had to testify that she was awakened by a gun blast during that burglary home invasion that happened. And when she was shot, so this was the second day of this trial for 42-year-old Kelvin Roberts. He's of Norristown, and 41-year-old Charles Fulforth of Jenkintown. They're charged with shooting both Bernadette Gaudio, and shooting and killing her 25-year-old son. And so she's a 61-year-old mother, said she heard her son dying as she was calling 911, using a voice activated, using Siri to call 911 for help because she was lying in bed. She was shot in the neck, and she could feel right then she couldn't move. So she was paralyzed from the neck down, as she still is today. But then she described, it was really chilling testimony, as she described that her son went in to try to help her. He was shot, but then they actually came back into the bedroom where she was lying there helpless and shot her son 2 more times.
Just animals.
Shooting and ending his life.
Awful. Firing squad, as Stalker would say. Just disgusting.
God, it was just really a devastating day in court. She had described how she had been out for her oldest son's birthday and had come home that evening, cleaned up, put away the dishes, headed to bed. It was just a great night as they were thinking about, the holiday season upcoming, speaking very softly and with great emotion, but IDing these suspects in court. So they're on trial, and the motivation here was that and this was another mix-up, that they had learned from employees at junk luggers, a Bucks County company, that there was a couple of senior citizens who had a treasure trove of firearms. So they put in their GPS or something, they got lost, went to the wrong address, wrong home, all the way in Montgomery County, and, shot these two individuals. That's the story that we've been hearing, but that it was actually the wrong address in their GPS. Ended up at the Gaudio home. The Gaudios had no firearms in their homes, but in their home, by the way. Tragic situation. So the trial is ongoing. We continue to follow it. Another court appearance that we will be covering today, and that is the court appearance of the career criminal and confessed cop killer who gunned down Philadelphia SWAT Corporal James O'Connor IV. So this is sentencing day today for 26-year-old Hassan Elliott. Nick, earlier you had asked that this guy's age, 26 years old. So he's already pleaded guilty to not only the murder of Corporal O'Connor, but as well admits to a series of murders, crimes associated with being involved in the violent Frankfurt-based drug gang known as SG 1700.
So he's 26, and with all of his heinous acts, he's only going to get 50 years. I mean, it's basically a life sentence if you live to 76, but the fact that there's even a number attached to it that is under 100 years to me is pretty astonishing. And this is at the federal level, correct?
It is, and that's a good point, that it's, so technically I said 50 earlier, technically it's 55 to 75. That's generally that's what they've asked for, because that's to your point, it's federal.
Yeah.
And just to refresh everybody's memory, so this happened back in 2020, just to refresh here, that the controversy over this dates back for years. If you're wondering why is the sentencing taking so many years, five years, it's because, remember, then U.S. Attorney William McSwain, he had blamed the DA, Larry Krasner, for Corporal O'Connor's death, saying that Krasner's office had let this very dangerous career criminal, gangbanger, drug dealer off the hook a year earlier because Krasner had dropped a drug case against this guy and others. Now, Krasner has denied that claim, saying the fate of the drug case was not significant because his office by then had already approved more serious murder warrants. But I'll just point that out. That's why it became federal.
Yep.
That's why it's in federal court.
Got it.
So we have that one. It's gone on for obviously way too long, but for the family, for Terry O'Connor's widow and the O'Connor family, obviously we're many in the community praying for them and thinking of them this morning. And so much other news. Obviously, we've talked earlier about the 911 outages that we saw earlier this month. That preliminary report says it absolutely was not a cyber attack. Okay, to Greg's point earlier, what is it then? So they're saying that these intermittent 911 outages were problems caused by a software update. There were others who said, was this some kind of a situation? Because remember, the union representing many, who take our 911 calls, that strike had been going on. That apparently had nothing to do with it either. It was a software update, a glitch. So that's the prelim report, and we'll look for the full answer,
Okay.
a detailed report. Yes, sir. So we're talking about all of this. You had mentioned that Aussie Osbourne, who we were, celebrating his life. There's a lot. Everybody's playing Black Sabbath this morning, etc. 76-year-old. He had died, and that many blame that ATV accident, that all-terrain vehicle accident that Greg Stocker had mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
Locally, there's a push for more laws about things like ATVs, scooters, bicycles, these types of accidents that are often severe. So in Pennsylvania, locally, remember the the little girl who had been killed on the motorized scooter.
Yeah.
So now they've released and they're talking about unveiling this Abby's Law in honor of her life.
I don't know if we need more laws. I think we need more comments. I mean, they shouldn't be allowed to be driven on roads like they seem to be in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
But I don't think we need more laws. I just think we need more people to be cautious. Like,
What do you think about the?
I love riding ATVs.
You do?
I do.
Really?
Yeah.
I've never rode one.
I do it up in the Poconos all the time. Yeah.
I'd like to go on one.
Yeah. It's fun.
Yeah.
I mean,
I feel more comfortable on four wheels than I do two.
They are dangerous, like you can't go super fast, but they're fun to.
Do you have to wear a helmet? Is that the law for ATVs?
It's not for motorcycles.
No,
is it?
you don't. No,
which is very interesting, right?
Because I do it up in like the woods. You know what I mean? Like I'm not on the street,
right?
So, but that's dangerous too because you're going over rocks and there's trees and there's everything else. But
just wait till they start cracking down on the kids today with the hoverboards. That's coming.
In this one, Abby's Law would recognize e-scooters in particular as regulated vehicles. It would establish helmet requirements based on age and create more public awareness about safe operation. And so this is Abby's Law, and they will, because everybody's, on vacation, whether it's here in Pennsylvania, the legislature, or in D.C., and I know you'll get to this, everybody's on vacation. So they'll introduce Abby's Law formally, and that is when things resume in September.
Yeah, Jimmy Kelly just said in our group text for the show that those scooters you see here in Center City are more dangerous than ATVs.
Yeah.
I don't know if they are or not, but what I find very annoying is the arrogance of the individuals that fly around on these things in and around Market Street and coming out of the side streets. I mean, if you're going to use the street like the rest of other motor vehicles are, can you at least be cognizant of the fact that if my ridgeline hits you because you're an imbecile, you're going to be in a lot of pain. You're not physically protected. You're exposed. And the fact that they just go through intersections and you literally, honest to God, until I get off of Market and onto the Vine, I'm looking, even with the right-of-way, even with green light, green arrow, I'm making sure nobody's coming up through the little strip in my blind spot because they just go. They think they're like the only people on the roadways.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's no regulation for the e-scooters, for the bicyclists, and those bicyclists who have, they have battery power. So some of these can go 30 miles an hour.
Right. And you can't hear them. They're very quiet.
Silent.
And some of them that are riding are wearing, their AirPods. So they're oblivious to other sounds.
I don't know remember it was June 14th that weekend. It was 12-year-old Abby Gillen and her best friend Bella Jones. So they were thrown from they were on one single electric scooter, and it was in Aston, Delaware County. And so the thing about it is that, and this is where Abby was killed, Bella was released from the hospital, continues to recover. In this one, though, they accidentally hit a curb. So I think they were on or near the sidewalk, hit a curb, fell over. Just then an SUV comes around the corner, and this horrified SUV driver it was a blind spot, comes around the corner, strikes them, stays on the scene, does everything right, is, I'm sure, still horrified to this day that it happened. Yet to your point, I don't know. I don't know would that have helped in that weird situation.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So I think people want to do something. But in this one, I will say that the law, which we won't know fully everything because it's going to be introduced when they get back in September here in Pennsylvania.
September.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
What if? But anyway, they're going to say the guidelines would be for parents. They would talk about helmets. It sounds like they would have some kind of education for kids. So, but yeah, to your point, imagine if we here on Kayal and Company said, hey, bye-bye. See you in September. Can you imagine?
Stalker does do that. It's coming up.
Oh my goodness.
The second summer sabbatical.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. In the world of sports, we have Phillies, 7:05 tonight, Citizens Bank Park, I believe. Phillies.
With the Sox.
The Sox.
The Boston Red Sox.
And then we also have Eagles. So we got that going on with
Eagles.
They released the training camp and then the schedule. I do love these, when they have it where you can sign up for free. And
I used to love when they had training camp up at
Yeah.
Lehigh, because I grew up in the Lehigh Valley, so it was always easier for me to go to Bethlehem. But now that it's down here in South Philadelphia, it's a little different.
But you can still sign up and they have the dates. We always do this. It's fun.
You like going to camp?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Camp or to just go to the activities that they have, some of their preliminary stuff.
Mhm.
It's fun.
It is.
So it's just all fandom.
You can smell
Pretty
You
cool.
can smell the struggle and the sweat in the air. That
Yeah.
humidity. The helmet starts to melt.
You go and they just want you to shop. So we do.
Of course they will.
Right? So that's fun. We got that going for us, which is nice. But this morning on Kayal and Company, I think one of the pieces of relief that we're feeling until Friday, we have really a beautiful week. It's
That's
just
correct.
kind of Nick, the forecast is kind of a breath of fresh air.
It is, Dawn. 72 degrees right now. We're going up to 85 today. It'll be beautiful again tomorrow. Then 96, 40% chance of storms on Friday, but it's just a one-day only event. And then we have a beautiful weekend lined up as well. Low humidity, lower temperatures, and beautiful skies. All brought to you by MT Rule, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. All right, coming up next, Obama rare response, media blackout with the allegations. And then on the Trump side of the ledger, Trump, Epstein, and what CNN released last night and deemed it as breaking news. Back after this.
Kitchen magic.
Sorry, I had to cough a little bit.
That's okay.
Sorry about
That's
that.
all right.
Because we got to talk about whether or not, if you're heading to the shore.
Your partner didn't bail you out, so I
No.
had to. He's actually walking out of the studio
What is
right
he
now.
doing?
He's actually walking
He's
out
like,
of the
"What?"
studio
I
right
love
now.
his look.
He like, huh? What did I do? I said she
I pushed the
coughed.
cough button
She
for-
coughed into the library, and I just wanted to make sure she was okay. And I said, I'm doing it because your partner didn't bail you out. You just threw off your headphones and walked out.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got out of my chair for the
not your
first time
fault.
in an hour and 19
Yeah,
minutes.
it's not your fault.
All right,
You good,
never
Dawn?
mind.
But I love
What
your
are we talking
look.
about? Marvin cans?
No,
Tell
kitchen
us
magic.
about your cans, Dawn.
He's going
magic.
to the can.
Kitchen magic.
I'm going to the can.
Thank you for that.
If you make any magic in there, just wash your hands. If you're heading to the shore, and what an
Gross.
incredible, I know, sorry. If you're heading to the shore this week, wow, you're lucky. It's a great week to be down the shore. But maybe you're dreaming about upgrading your home. I was just at kitchenmagic.com looking at all the 2025, the kitchen trends. Are black because I have the black countertops, the granite, are they out? Are they in? What kind of cabinets? What would it be like if I could reimagine my kitchen? Just go to kitchenmagic.com, play around. It's a lot of fun. I was doing it yesterday, and I will just push you even to support our friends at kitchenmagic.com. But you got to fall in love with your kitchen again. They're family-owned, American-made, and tariff-proof, so your remodel is going to stay on budget. You can enjoy, listen to this, 24 months same as cash financing. Don't put this off. Get started today. KitchenMagic.com. You can call them 800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic since 1979. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy.
In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Seems like back to school happens earlier each year.
First day of school coming in hot.
And this year my kids had massive supply lists.
Folders, notebooks, and pens. Oh, the humanity.
But Staples had everything I needed, with some items just 25 cents.
Watch the small print.
No. My back to school budget was saved by Staples Easy Button.
Everything for school, in stock and as low as 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. NC 23 while supplies last.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. People ask us, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring, or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, we've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results to our clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of our local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Bum, bum, bum. One of his best songs, I think.
What song is this?
See You on the Other Side. Kind of fitting.
Very fitting on this day.
You know what's funny is that Ozzy's really known for, metal. Like he's the godfather of metal.
But he's got a mellow side
but
too?
His ballads, I don't want to call this a ballad, but like his like more slower songs are fantastic. Goodbye to Romance, this song, Road to Nowhere, even Changes from Black Sabbath. I mean, he just wrote amazingly beautiful songs.
Aussie Osbourne, no longer with us.
For a guy who, made a living off of demonic stuff.
Yeah. 76 years old. Oh, by the way, today we will have an extended Today in Music History as we will compile a couple of lists with different genres of music, which, by the way, Phil Almquist will come in a little early in the late 9 o'clock hour, around 9:35 or so. And I was just told that today is Phil Almquist's 7-year anniversary at the station.
Oh,
he was hired 7 years ago today.
Wow, and look at him now.
Yeah.
All the Phil timers out there.
Exactly right. 7 years ago today, and now he's putting up 8 chairs.
8-chair Phil.
8-chair Phil. I like that. I'm going to use that. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. So Trump, Obama, Epstein, CNN, let's get into both here. And I just wrote this down during the break on my little handy-dandy legal pad. You have 2 columns. You have substance and you have salacious. I think there are some out there that only care about the substance with Trump, the economy, the border, energy, wars, crime, things that matter, kitchen table issues. And then you have those that want both. They want the substance, but they also want their pound of flesh when it comes to the salacious stories that are Russia, 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 Obama, the accusations, the allegations, the documents that Tulsi Gabbard dropped on last Friday, and then, of course, Jeffrey Epstein. And I think there are some out there that want both substance and sizzle that will not be happy until they get their pound of flesh. I think it's the vocal minority on social media that will say, I either need these names, this quote list, or I need Obama in handcuffs. I'm here to tell you, I believe that, in my opinion, you will get neither. But we'll see. And then you can debate, well, if you had to pick one, which one would you rather have? But it is interesting yesterday that Barack Obama issues a statement, because he usually does not release statements, but he comes out and denies, this is a courtesy of FoxNews.com, Obama denies Trump's bizarre allegations that he was the Russiagate ringleader in a rare statement. Former President Barack Obama denied President Donald Trump's, quote, bizarre allegations that he was the Russiagate ringleader in rare public statement Tuesday evening. Trump earlier on Tuesday claimed that former President Barack Obama was the ringleader of Russiagate, calling for him to be criminally investigated amid new claims that members of his administration allegedly, quote, manufactured intelligence and prompted the Trump-Russia collusion narrative. Obama says, quote, out of respect for the office of the presidency, our office does not normally dignify the constant nonsense and misinformation flowing out of this White House with a response. But these claims are outrageous enough to merit one. These bizarre allegations are ridiculous and a weak attempt at distraction. Nothing in the document issued last week undercuts the widely accepted conclusion that Russia worked to influence the 2016 presidential election, but did not successfully manipulate any votes. Obama added, quote, these findings were affirmed in a 2020 report by the bipartisan Senate Intelligence Committee led by then Chairman Marco Rubio. So let's think about this for a second. Obama very rarely speaks. I mean, he's a guy that, even though I shouldn't say we all believe, but a lot of us, myself included, believed he was still pulling strings during the Biden presidency. We could call it a third Obama term. We could call it the auto pen term, many different ways to classify and quantify it. But when you think about this, what does it say when somebody issues a statement in response to an allegation? You can look at it one of two ways. Either you're guilty of sin and it's getting under your skin and you can't control yourself but to respond in an attempt to defend yourself even though you could very well be guilty, or you feel like you're being slandered and, dragged through the mud and you want to get your statement out there so people don't think your silence is an admission of guilt. I think it's the first. I do believe what Tulsi Gabbard is set to unveil, and I believe more documents are coming out today. I do think, seriously, if you're just sitting there and you're saying, I don't know, I don't really know that Obama, think about everything that has happened in the last 10 years to their political rival, Donald Trump. You don't think that Obama would be in the mud with his hands in there, along with Hillary Clinton and the other swamp creatures? So I do believe it to be true. And as I predicted on Monday's Big Take, where we talked about the Obama bombshell from Tulsi Gabbard, I told you, I think this was like page 3 of the Big Take, take it to the bank. By the time we got to Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, 3, 4, 5 days later, you would get a media blackout, and that is exactly what we have received. This is also courtesy of Fox News. On Friday, Tulsi Gabbard declassified documents revealing the overwhelming evidence that demonstrates how, after President Donald Trump won the 2016 election against Hillary Clinton, then President Barack Obama and his national security team laid the groundwork for what would be the years-long Trump-Russia collusion probe. ABC News and NBC News failed to cover the story on air Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, according to a search of transcripts using Grabian Media. Stocker uses Grabian sometimes for the cut sheet. CBS News addressed the story Sunday on Face the Nation when Margaret Brennan asked Jim Himes, Democrat from Connecticut, if there is a legal basis for prosecution. Newsbuster analyst Jorge Bonilla was stunned that the story was only covered by one of the legacy Sunday public affairs programs after NBC's Meet the Press and ABC's This Week ignored it. Quote, rest assured, it wasn't a bipartisan panel segment or an interview with Gabbard, but CBS's Margaret Brennan bringing on the ranking House Intel Democrat in order to firefight the release and subsequent actions. CNN mentioned the Gabbard bombshell twice from Fox News, where they first reported the news on Friday through Monday. The only time was on Saturday morning's Jake Tapper show, as well as his Monday show, The Lead with Jake Tapper. So twice, but the same guy, Jake Tapper. MSNBC, meanwhile, spent more time downplaying Gabbard's report and similarly suggested Republicans are using it to distract from unflattering news. So, Don Stensland, in your opinion, what does Obama's rare statement mean to you or imply? And again, legacy media, if it doesn't fit the narrative, you simply just don't cover it.
Well, I think he had to issue some kind of statement or reaction because, and I know that mid-morning President Trump was live he was answering questions, with dignitaries that he was meeting with. I think it was Indonesia and the Philippines. And so leaders, and it was Philippines and Indonesia leaders, as he was announcing some of those trade deals. News reporters were asking him about the Tulsi Gabbard and the DNI, releases of all of the treasure trove of information. And so when President Trump says, look, basically if this is true, it's treason. I don't know exactly what was President Obama's role in that, if you can prove that, but if you read these reports, it looks very bad.
Yeah.
Because essentially they came back, the report claims, and this is in part based on a whistleblower report, that what they're saying here, and there are multiple reports on this, that they brought it back to President Obama. They said, no, that this is not here. We don't have it, that Russia is influencing this and using, because remember, we were being told, oh, it's Facebook and social media and all these, and they were saying, no, there's no evidence of this.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And the report is that President Obama ordered them, and here's Comey's name again, ordered them to go back and do that. If that is true,
well,
to me, I hope it's not. Frankly, I hope it's not true.
Well,
that's
if
horrifying.
He's going to be accused of treason, he's going to be hung, right? I mean, that's what. No, like seriously,
it's horrible.
Okay,
if that's true.
Well,
if this is all 100% true, as they say it.
Dawn Stensland, since you're saying, is this 100% true? Our president is saying it's 100% true. Let's start with 15 here. 15, Phil.
But what we found is even more so. Now, we found absolute, this isn't like evidence. This is like proof. Irrefutable proof. That Obama was seditious. That Obama was trying to lead a coup. And it was with Hillary Clinton, with all these other people. But Obama headed it up. And, I get a kick when I hear everyone talks about people I never even heard of. It was this one. No. It was Obama. He headed it up.
Okay.
And it says so right in the papers. Got everything. Got everything. This is the biggest scandal in the history of our country, and it really goes on to even the pen.
Irrefutable proof they have. So I'm guessing, since we have irrefutable proof from the president, that Obama's going to be doing a perp walk soon, right?
I don't think he will ever see a perp walk. I don't think he will ever be.
But we have irrefutable proof, Nick.
Well, here's
irrefutable proof.
Now, you said in regards to the Epstein stuff, I think it was yesterday, that Bondi's not on the hot seat because she's just taking the marching orders for Trump.
Yep.
Well, take that clip right there, and she is the Attorney General, the head of the Department of Justice. Pam Bondi has probably got to be super, super nervous right now because she's already, in the court of public opinion, botched the Epstein stuff from a communication standpoint. And now, if the words of Trump match the actual evidence of Gabbard, if she does not come away with a skin to put on the wall under the Obama prosecution front, whether it's Obama and it won't be Obama, but anybody else in that administration, anybody in any other intelligence department, if this is nothing more than congressional testimony under oath or depositions behind closed doors on Capitol Hill, Pam Bondi's going to be sitting there looking at 0-2 on the two issues that matter to some people. Now, she can prosecute drug cartel members and sex traffickers, and that's great. Trust me. A lot of points for that. But if she goes 0-2 on this and Trump wants legitimate action here and she doesn't provide it, it'll be a bad look for Pam.
Well, I'm not. Okay, so it's not Pam. It's Tulsi Gabbard, though. It's DNI, right? That's really. I mean,
Gabbard's not going to prosecute. Gabbard's not an attorney.
Yeah, but it's the press. If you look at the press release that they released on Friday, it's if this is all true,
irrefutable proof, Don.
So DNI, Tulsi Gabbard,
I'm going by my
National
president.
Intelligence, say that it demonstrates overwhelming evidence. That's what they're reporting on. Tangible evidence. This is what the report claims. Tangible evidence that demonstrates how after President Trump won the 2016 election against Hillary Clinton, President Barack Obama, his national security cabinet members, manufactured and politicized intelligence to lay the groundwork for what was essentially a years-long coup against President Trump. I mean, they're talking about intelligence community assessments.
Clapper, Hillary, all everybody's name. I'm assuming they're all going to go to prison since we have irrefutable proof. And Barack Obama was the ringleader, according to my president.
Well, let's get into the breakdown.
Can I just say one more thing, Nick? Just to add to what, since Greg is saying this, that Obama, the acclaim here is that Obama officials purposely leaked false statements to media outlets, including the Washington Post claim that Russia had attempted through cyber means to interfere in, if not actively influence, the outcome of the election.
All right, here was the breakdown, a good back and forth to get through all the weeds and all the minutia. Bill Hemmer did a great job with one of the best independent journalists out there, the great Matt Taibbi. You might recall him from the Twitter files. Let's play this back and forth yesterday on America's Newsroom.
More on this. I want to bring in investigative journalist Matt Taibbi. Matt, thanks for joining our program today, and good morning to you.
Good morning.
A lot of the usual suspects, Clapper, Comey, Brennan, et.cetera. But also Barack Obama is mentioned in a lot of this. And you read at Racket News that a source had told you that Obama is now, quote, center square in the Russiagate scam. Go ahead and explain that, then I've got questions for you after that.
Sure. So the last major revelation that came out was that John Brennan and James Comey were the focus of criminal investigations that have been opened by the Justice Department. But these new documents that were released by Tulsi Gabbard and the Director of National Intelligence make it clear that the investigation is now aimed at the Obama White House, and in particular at Barack Obama, because of decisions that were made in early December of 2016 to suppress the presidential daily briefing and go ahead and order a new intelligence community assessment that ultimately would have much more aggressive conclusions about Trump and Russia.
So a lot of this, December of 2016 into January of 2017, I'm assuming also. But Trump's people were in there for 4 years. And the current CIA director had his job for 8 months at the time. Did his people fail him? Why wasn't there more urgency on this and Trump 1.0 as there is now?
Yeah, that's a complaint I heard a lot over the weekend from people who have been following this, and even from former officials who are close to Trump. One of them said to me, a former high-ranking Trump official said there was, quote, so much corruption in the last Trump presidency that this shouldn't have been overlooked, that these documents should have come out. Absolutely. But the overall sense I get is that everyone's happy that they finally are coming out, and they're looking forward to what is likely to come out this week.
Okay, another question about Russia. Is the allegation they were trying to influence our election, or is the allegation that they actually changed votes? I think we need to be clear on that. What can we say?
So it's both. The Democrats are making a lot of hay over this apples and oranges issue, that there was never any question that they didn't actually change vote tallies, but they did influence the election. Actually, there was some question about whether they had the ability to influence the election. There were quotes earlier from that year with the FBI saying they didn't have any evidence that they had done so, and they were uncomfortable making that statement. There were also quotes saying that they lacked evidence that Russia had the ability to impact the outcome of the election. So all of this would have been passed on to somebody like Michael Flynn, because presidents-elect are entitled to receive the presidential daily briefing. That's why this is important. It's not so much what the PDB did say, it's what it didn't say. It didn't say that there was a sweeping conspiracy to help Trump. And if they had that, it would have been a very different political picture going forward.
Okay, all right, so that's Taibbi yesterday. Hopefully that kind of clears up a little bit in case this is a little too complex. But I have questions. I would like to know, along the mantra of undermining Trump 1.0, where were these documents previously? How does Tulsi Gabbard just come in Trump 2.0 and gain access to stuff that has been there in theory for years? And then from the Russian influence impact, how exactly does Russia change actual votes? And you can sit there and say, well, voting machines. Well, how does Russia gain access?
That's not the allegation.
Yeah, that's not the issue.
The issue is the influence in the election. But the problem is that the Democrats have been saying for years that Russia colluded with Trump to win the 2016 election.
Mm-hmm.
And that is not true.
Right.
It is true that Russia interfered in the election, but it's not true that Trump and Russia colluded in that election.
But aren't we of the belief now that there's interference in a multitude of ways in every election?
But that's not the issue here, Nick. The issue is that there were what you infer from all of this, and it's heavily redacted. It's 114 pages. But the issue, Nick, is that they withheld briefings. They buried this report. They buried the evidence of this because they had essentially manufactured lies. I mean, and there are pages and pages of this that they've gone through. And even though they redact it heavily, there are parts of it where they highlight in yellow where they're saying where we're seeing these documents for the first time.
Yes, they have documents in hand for the first time. So
because
that's why this is
because they hid the evidence. That's the claim. And it was only when apparently a whistleblower came forward and could point them to where this was hidden.
Okay.
And you heard Taibbi, and this is significant when he said there was so much corruption going on because there were so many of these bureaucrats, people in the swamp, probably both Republican and Democrat, right? From many, administrations back and never Trumpers and so on, who helped to hide this.
Yeah.
And to deny a president of the United States their due briefings on everything.
So then it should be a slam dunk case, then, right?
That's what I'm saying. Well, all I'm hearing is that we have irrefutable proof that these guys committed treason. Seditious, like these are very serious claims.
Well, they're attention-grabbing words.
But they're very serious claims coming from the president of the United States for another president. So if we're going to do this, there better be perp walks, there better be handcuffs, there better be all of this, because that's what they're claiming, guys. That is what they're claiming.
To me, I think, number one, Comey, if you go through it, like on page 8, it's cumbersome to go through, but I'll just read one little thing to you, page 8. And this is from FBI. There's your buddy Comey. And in this one, he's writing to rewrite something, okay? And so he's saying, we judge Russia to be the only nation state with the current means and possible motivation. He puts in there that he's suggesting that, this is to the FBI from an intelligence analyst. This is cyber intelligence writing to the FBI, who's overwritten this. So the cyber intelligence unit is writing to basically Comey's office, FBI, and saying that they would, for example, edit the title of they're saying a title of a section. They said, we would suggest editing the title of that section to instead read something along the lines of, quote, evaluation of likely adversaries. So in other words, instead of saying adversaries with intent, talking about Russia. So that's just a small example of somebody in there who is probably one of the whistleblowers, and they were an intelligence unit going through this, and they're going, whoa, this is way oversold. What are they doing in the FBI? The back and forth, and that's, I guess you could say it's subject to your interpretation, but there are points in here where it's very obvious they were hyping it up in their language, and they did not have the goods.
Let me ask you both this, and then we should get to Tony Bruno. Let me ask you both this. If nobody's held accountable for this, was this all just smoke and mirrors then?
I believe, Greg, that they will hold, that there will be...
So somebody's going to go to jail over this. So Comey, Hillary Clinton, Clapper, one of them is going to go to jail, according to you.
I'm not saying
over this.
I'm not saying go to jail. We rarely see that.
Treason, Dawn. They're saying treason.
Greg, are you suggesting? First of all, I believe in due process, but I certainly believe that there's enough here that it's highly concerning, and that we deserve. I mean, we went through 2 bogus, ridiculous impeachment, fraudulent situations with Trump the first time around. So I believe we deserve transparency, but I believe we deserve more than just a political circus around this. People should be held accountable. They should be under oath. They should have to answer to this, and it should be a public, publicized trial.
Yeah. Agree on all that, but do you think it will happen? That's what I'm asking you. If all these claims are correct, then I agree with you. All of that needs to happen. Do you think it will?
I
or do you
believe
think this
that
is
there
just something to, talk about this week?
No, I don't think it's something to just talk about. I think this has legs. It's not going away. Maybe it's not sexy, if you will. If you're looking through this thing, it's cumbersome. But I think as we learn more and as more comes out, and it will bring forth and encourage other whistleblowers who are some of the people, no doubt, in intelligence, just like we've heard before. Where I think the vast majority of people in the federal, FBI and so on, the actual doers, the workers, they're hardworking people. I mean, remember the story of an FBI agent who sat outside and was just like scrunched down on the floor and was in tears when they learned the truth after they were investigating something and they were being told one thing and it was just a lie. So I think there are a lot of good people at the investigative level. I believe they will come out and testify to this. But yes, I do believe it will come out.
Okay.
As my great-grandma Rose said,
here we go.
Everything comes out in the wash.
In the wash. In the wash. As we head down to the great state of Florida and say hello to a man who's getting ready to do, about 5.5 hours of radio today. What up, Tony Bruno?
What up? Good morning. And who was the last person that was executed after being charged with treason in this country, which is supposedly the punishment for treason?
It is. Who was?
Who was the last person that was hung or went to the guillotine or
Benedict
the electric
Arnold?
chair for treason?
Benedict Arnold? I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just saying, Tony. and you would agree with me, right? That if all of these claims are true and the president said that there's irrefutable proof that people need to go to prison for this, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay.
That's his opinion. And so now, and of course, it's not going to have, as much as I love Dawn, and I think she's right, they're not going to do this. There's not going to be anybody held accountable because by the time, first of all, Congress is on recess until September. Yeah. So nothing's getting done in Washington. It doesn't get done anyway when the entire chambers are both in session. So now they're going to wait till next year, which is, by the way, the year of the midterm elections. Mm-hmm. Do you think that they're going to bring Barack Obama and all these other clappers and these people who are still on CNN lying every single day and being covered up in this whole thing? We knew that when Hillary Clinton lost to Trump, which she wasn't supposed to do, it then became all hands on deck to try to stop Trump once he became president and to try to take him down. Even when he lost in 2020, they were still trying to throw him in jail. That's okay. But if you try to question Barack Obama and his henchmen for obviously being so mad that Obama's second term wasn't allowed to continue thanks to Hillary Clinton, this is why this is never going to happen, because the Democrats will rally the troops during next year's midterm elections and call it all, oh, this is a distraction from Donald Trump's crimes. So they're never going to do this. The Democrats will not allow anyone, including Adam Schiff, who's obviously a criminal and has so many things going against him. He won't even be charged with the fraud of his mortgage fraud. He's not going to be punished in any way, shape, or form because he's a Democrat.
Yep. Greg Stalker.
Oh, is that
what's on the cut?
Yeah, let's get to the cut sheet.
Yeah, I know.
The cut sheet.
Sorry about that. So, Tony, Nick, Dawn, we played yesterday. We played the Hunter Biden, the best of Hunter Biden yesterday.
Yes.
First time I've ever applauded Hunter Biden.
He went after the Obama bros, the Pod Save America guys.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah.
And he doubled down on it. Yesterday too, I saw a clip where he was like I'm going to take advice from two, speechwriters from Obama and who live in West Hollywood who make $1 million who are out of touch. He really went off on the Pod Save America bros.
Yep.
John Lovett and Tommy Veeder. Veeder? I don't know.
Veeder, bro.
Veeder?
That's Tommy Veeder, bro. That was 2 years ago, bro. That's what Tommy Veeder once said when he was questioned about Obama. That was 2 years ago, bro.
Is he because there's two little dweebs here. Is he the one who looks like he's 16 or is he the other one?
Yes.
Okay.
No, they all look like they're 16. Yeah. The same two guys who are now trashing Hunter Biden were the same two guys holding up Hunter Biden and Joe Biden for years.
Amen.
And they're still defending Joe Biden. And now they're turning on the guy who they said was just a guy just trying to help his dad. He really wasn't doing anything.
I hate all of them.
What a bunch of people. I hate them too.
Bunch of straps.
But here's the thing. If Trump had power to shut anybody down, wouldn't it be the Obama bros?
Yeah.
He's not shutting anybody down. That's the pathetic nature of this, the Colbert thing, which we'll get to. By the way, I'm doing the Dom show.
Yeah!
Into the Colbert thing. Yes, I will be in for Dom. Robin and I from noon to 3
Noon
today.
to 3.
And something else will happen today that's never happened before in the history of me and 1210 WPHT. I will actually talk, I believe, live and in person for the first time with Rich Zeoli.
What?
Do you realize that Rich Zeoli have never had an actual conversation
and
have
you
never met in person?
That's ridiculous.
In person, even though we were feet apart at Philly spring training 2 years ago, Rich Zeoli and I have never met in person. Now we're not meeting in person today because I'll be on before him. But will we have a crossover? Will Rich Zeoli actually talk to me for the first? I'm not saying he's a vague. There's never been an opportunity for us to break. Well, we haven't broken bread or broken heads or broken anything, or eggs or lasagna or wine or whatever, or beer or vodka.
By the way, he he gets into the studio at 2:58 and he leaves it. So no, there's no chance.
Today's going to be a special day.
Okay.
There should be a crossover today.
I kid.
I think Rich knowing that I'm going to be on before him, not only today.
Yeah.
Today, tomorrow, and Friday.
I know.
3 consecutive days of the Dom Show.
Who signed off on that, by the way? Boy.
I don't know. I just got a memo and they said, "Can you do it?" I said, "Yeah, I need the
money."
But trust me, Tony, you're burying the lead here. The bigger story is the fact that you and Robin are having a nooner today.
Ooh.
A nooner, yes.
Afternoon delight.
Play it right, both.
Yeah, we're usually at the house sweating in 95-degree weather, trying to get this house done by next week. I feel, those shows, those entertainment, those TV shows. We only have 20 more days. We've got to get this house done.
Yes.
Our house is 100,000 times more stressful than those shows. Oh, you mean I got 16 contractors? They have 16 we got to get this house done. We're behind schedule, right? And then they always get it done at the last minute.
Yep.
I just want that to happen to us. You just want that to be like that HGTV show where everything finally comes together and they beat the deadline by a couple of hours, right?
For the first time ever, we've gotten to the cut sheet, and we have to take a break before we actually get to the first cut.
But wait, there's more.
Dawn, talk to us about Chapman, please.
Yeah, got to talk about my guys.
Already in progress.
Thank you.
Already in progress, yes.
You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. If you're thinking about redoing your siding, this is the perfect time. Chapman is currently offering 20% off all siding. So that means fiber cement siding or vinyl. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they've got you covered. Siding's not just for curb appeal, as I always say. It provides that protection, that barrier, that shield, if you will, from all the severe weather of all seasons. The Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding family team, they have more than 30 years experience, and they do every project with such care and such precision. They always go that extra mile. I can tell you that. To work with you on all the different styles, they listen, all the different options, and of course, they're going to fit within your family budget. Take advantage of this. 20% off. Do it today and experience, as I have, the Chapman difference. They also offer 18-month interest-free financing. Just call. You can text 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898. The Chapman team, they're local, they're like-minded. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Oh, filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road-ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota.
Right now, lease a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 for just $259 a month for 36 months. Or buy and get rates as low as 3.75 for 48 months. Or check out the rugged new 2025 Tundra and finance for only 1.99% for 72 months. Or get $3,000 cash back. Visit us online at tricountytoyota.com to see more.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
8 o'clock hour, Kayal and Company underway here on a Wednesday morning. The first cut of the cut sheet, moments away. 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Wawa. Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. For a limited time, Wawa's mixing it up. Hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for $6 and under. Savor a summer of sandwiches and savings. Say that 10 times fast. Gotta have a Wawa. Greg Stocker.
As I was saying...
Hold on.
That's what I'm waiting for. Come on.
Hold on. I got a lot of pages
I
here.
know you do. Too many pages.
Where the hell did it go? Oh, here it is.
As I was saying...
The Obama bros were taking issue with some of the stuff that Hunter Biden was saying. Pod Save America, John Lovett, and Tommy Vietor. All right, Philip, roll this.
It could be financial.
No, sorry. That's my fault. That's my fault.
Uh-oh, we had a misfire.
That wasn't. Yeah.
By the way,
that was way my fault.
How great would it be to see one of the Pod Save America bros and Hunter Biden show up on an edition of Fight Club?
All right, Phil.
Oh yeah,
Phil. One more time, roll it.
When it comes to the attacks on Hunter himself, like, okay, what if we just stipulate for the hypothetical, like, yes, okay, all your business dealings were above board and legal. All your paintings were purchased by art lovers who loved the product and didn't know your name. Trump is worse. You were on the board of Burisma because of who your dad is. And that is what people hate about Washington. And it was part of the problem. And, like, there's some other weird, like, he said he blames the debate on Biden's staff, saying they gave him Ambien on his foreign trip. But, like, Biden got back from the G7 on June 14th. The debate was June 27th.
A lot of Ambien.
If Ambien was the issue, like, I don't think it's Ambien. It's age.
Also,
right?
It's like he was tired, so they gave him Ambien?
Also, like, just like, allow me to rant one more second. Like, his big beef is that Republicans stick together and Democrats are united. But he's obsessed with this show, obsessed with George Clooney. They don't talk about Gaza until 2 hours and 50 minutes into the interview. I'm guessing that was the bigger threat to party unity than a George Clooney op-ed. You know what I mean? It's just this sense of entitlement that, like, from Biden, from his family, from the inner circle, that he was, like, owed the presidency, owed a second term. It is just very rating.
The whole premise of 2024 was, yes, voters are saying that Joe Biden's age is his biggest liability. But don't worry, because Joe Biden's the closer. And when you see him campaign, he's going to put those worries to rest. He had a good State of the Union, and then he had the worst debate any of us had ever seen, and it became insurmountable. And so at long last,
he didn't put the concerns to rest, he put his campaign to rest.
Right. And at long last, the Democratic establishment decided to listen to the voters. And it was very hard to get the establishment to do that, but ultimately they did that. And everybody kind of collectively ultimately were able to get Joe Biden to step aside and do the right thing for the country. Now, we don't live in the world where Joe Biden ran that race all the way to the end. But one thing we know is that Hunter Biden, throughout Joe Biden's presidency, was a terrible liability for him. And put the addiction aside. It is because he was on Burisma, because he became an artist, because he was part of a kind of like sleazy Washington that, as Tommy said, people hated. You were a liability. You should be ashamed of the ways in which you made your father's political life worse. And like the idea that we're going to listen to you now, like give me a break. It's ridiculous.
I love it. I love the infighting.
It's unbelievable.
Bros.
Yeah.
Bros.
Fight more, bros.
Yeah. It's actually totally
These guys were carrying Joe Biden's rancid diapers for 4 years. All right?
Yum.
These guys were hovering up everything, and they're still kissing the Democrats' butts goodbye. Joe Biden called his son the smartest person he ever knew, and now they're teaming up to go against guy who went on Channel 5. I knew Channel 6. I knew Channel 10, but I never knew Channel 5. Five Guy apparently has 3 million followers.
Yep.
And he has a nice spread. Where does that dude live? I want to find out where he lives. That good. He had a Phillies hat on.
Yeah,
you know
that's
that guy,
right,
that
yes.
Channel 5 guy?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't know him, but he did have a Phillies hat on.
Did he?
Correct. Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is, it really shouldn't surprise us. It's just I think it's the ferociousness of Hunter Biden, of how he just went on, an tirade of F-bombs.
I love it.
Because we know Democrats will
good.
in defeat, Democrats will devour their own.
Yeah.
So this is not a shock.
Oh, yeah.
It's just the sheer ferocity of the vitriol.
You know what I realized? I'm like the Joker. I love chaos. I just love chaos. I love to watch it. I love to watch it unfold. I don't care if I agree with the people or I don't agree with the people. I just like to watch them fight about things.
Yeah, you're the guy when there's a massive accident on the Schuylkill, driving there, looking at it the whole time. You love a train wreck.
I'm a little sick. I'm a little sick and twisted.
I want to see Hunter Biden go on.
Yeah.
I want to see Hunter Biden go on the Call Her Daddy podcast.
Yes.
That's what I want to see.
Yeah.
I want to see Hunter Biden go on The View and let loose with a tirade full of F-bombs. I want to see him go on Colbert now and rip everybody. That's how Colbert comes back. He puts Hunter Biden on as his announcer. You know, Ed McMahon was with Johnny Carson, and then you had Conan had his guy, that strapper on the side there. You notice that they don't have guys that sit in the chair anymore. There's no more Ed McMahons.
Yes. Tony,
There's no
Tony,
more sidekicks.
You're on to something. I believe.
Yeah, and on something too, by the way. I'm not on Ambien today though, because I'm wide awake.
I believe they should have allowed Hunter Biden to take a few hits off the crack pipe and then trot him out there and be Colbert's Ed McMahon. He can just laugh at everything he says and yell at people, drop the F-bomb.
What a schmuck he is.
What a great idea that would be.
See, that's what I think. I'm thinking outside the box.
I love it. Eric Swalwell, let's since it's 8:09 and we played one cut. Eric Swalwell said the main problem the Dems had in 2024 was that the Americans just didn't see enough of Kamala Harris. That was the problem with Kamala Harris, is that we didn't see enough of her.
We saw all we needed to see.
5, go.
Congressman, I mean, if you could give us just one line, I mean, what did you learn from the 2024 election? What should Democrats not do next time?
Well, we have to always be on. And let me just give you an example. Most people say that the biggest mistake that Kamala Harris made was saying that she wouldn't do anything different than Joe Biden when she went on The View. I don't think that was the biggest mistake. And candidates, trip up all the time. I think the mistake was that there were many days that would pass before she did another major interview. And Donald Trump makes 3 mistakes an hour, but he's always on. And so when you're always communicating, not just to cable news, but to local news, to podcasters, to influencers, always on means you're always honest. And we have the values on our side, and now we just have to be in more places, more spaces, and that's why we're going to win the midterms in just under 18 months.
You hear that, Tom? More places and more spaces. Yeah. Why was she hiding
more? Yeah, she was hiding more than Joe Biden when he was in the Jeep circles in Wilmington, Delaware during the 2020 campaign. Remember that? Mm-hmm. Joe Biden was having rallies where people were sitting in Jeeps in Wilmington at a drive-in movie theater during COVID. Remember that?
Yes.
Jeeps in circles in Delaware.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, even the used car salesman from Delaware, the guy who's his henchman, the guy whose wife and daughter he was sniffing, Chris Coons, the used car salesman from Wilmington, even he realized that was a joke.
Yep.
That's how Joe Biden got elected. He stayed away. He hid.
Mm-hmm.
And now this all of a sudden, Mr. the spy who banged me is saying that they needed to see more of Kamala Harris?
Eric Swalwell and the spy who banged me.
Oh, I love
Banged
it.
me.
Banged
me.
She bangs. I mean, come on.
Baby, when
Just thinking of Swalwell. Tony, you mentioned Colbert, former NPR CEO, cries that it's been a horrible week for free speech because CBS canceled the Late Show with Stephen Colbert. Philip, this is 23. I just sent this to you. Cut 23, go.
Yeah, well, look, this has not been a great week for free speech and speaking truth to power.
There it is. Again.
Look, the circumstantial evidence, and that's all we have, is as follows. CBS has said that they are canceling Stephen Colbert after next season for financial reasons. Yep. At the same time, we also know, as you said in the intro, that it is the #1 show in its time slot. Ugh. And we also know that the new parent company for CBS, or they hope to be the new parent company, has spent money on other things. So it's very curious, and we have to also make note that Stephen Colbert is unafraid to, again, speak truth to power. He does it in a very bipartisan way over the years. And comedy and parody is an important part of a democratic ecosystem, and the chilling effect is certainly concerning.
The new buzzword, Tone, it's been sent out. Truth to power. They're all using it.
Truth to power, baby. Fight the power.
Fight the power.
That be. Fight the power. Yeah, here's Vivian Stringer, whatever her name is, from NPR, which just got them $1 billion taken away. And how am I going to get my rural weather forecast now without NPR and people like Vivian Stringer, whatever the hell her name is, speaking truth to power? Mm-hmm. Give me a break, truth to power. It's a comedy show with no comedy. That's why it failed. I don't care how much. Remember, when WCAU, when I was there, we got shut down one day when CBS decided to, just change formats and move in a different direction. You know what happened? We weren't given another year. We had we had armed guards coming in and telling us to leave the building. Yes. That's how you get fired in the real world. I was
just going to say
this is the same company, CBS, and that happens where was the NPR when Google fires people? Or Microsoft just fired 9,000 people a couple of weeks ago. Where were the protests? Where were the morons standing in front of the Microsoft headquarters? Where was Bill Gates complaining about how 9,000 people at Microsoft got fired? Give me a break. Colbert's an idiot. I mean, he was parody when he was pretending to be Bill O'Reilly on Comedy Central. Now he's being the real guy dancing with Chuck Schumer at public events, and he's not a hack for the Democratic Party. Come on.
Yep.
Bipartisan. Listen, if he was funny, I'd say, you know what he does is really funny.
Yep.
But the other night, having a gospel group of female and black singers in the background, that was Jon Stewart.
That was Jon Stewart.
This is what comedy has devolved into.
It's true.
Just use the F word, have Baptist or gospel singers in the background while Jon Stewart is dancing. Like, I'm supposed to care what Jon Stewart's doing, a guy who works one day a week, and I'm supposed to care what he says? Give me a break.
Hey, just a reminder, you have to go till 3 o'clock today.
That's all right. Listen, I'm just getting started here. I'm going to go all day. I may take it 24/7. I may go Cory, what's his name?
Cory
Booker.
Yep.
And just stay on the air until I'm tired.
It's the Bruno filibuster.
Until Chuck Schumer comes in, or Hakeem Jeffries relieves me for a couple of minutes.
You know what's funny is that if you just ask Rich politely to take over his time slot, he would gladly oblige. so if you want to do 7 hours,
going down to Cape May with Dom. They'll all head to Cape May.
Exactly.
And they'll play the great song "On the Way to Cape May." I fell in love with you.
So
you may have to sing that Friday.
There is, I know a lot of people think that with the cut sheet and with the show, we just throw spaghetti at the wall to see what sticks. But there is a method to the madness. Like, I've been sitting on this cut that I waited just for Tony Bruno, because I knew What Up Wednesdays with Tony Bruno, he would have something to say on this as a former Los Angeles resident. So if you guys remember that that charity fundraising concert that happened for the homes and for the people that were killed in the wildfires in Los Angeles at the beginning of this year, they brought out all the stars. Like, all the stars came out. They raised like $50 million, a ton of money.
$100 million. $100 million.
A new report is saying that the money that they raised did not actually go to the victims. They're not really sure where the money is going.
It's like COVID funding.
Did it go to the high-speed rail? Did it go to Gavin Newsom's high-speed train to nowhere where they haven't laid 1 millimeter of track?
This report is courtesy of the local Fox station out there in Los Angeles. Roll this.
For Fire Aid, that star-studded concert that raised $100 million for wildfire victims. But where did all that money go? Investigative journalist Sue Pasco has been digging for answers, and what she's discovered might just surprise you. And Sue Pasco, she joins me now live on set. You are the editor of Circling the News.
Yes,
we can clearly see that. Thanks for the work that you're doing. So this is personal and professional for you because you lost your home in the Palisades fire, but that's not necessarily how this story landed in your lap. How did this all come to be?
A reader sent me a little note and said, I've never seen any fire aid money. How do I apply for fire aid money? And I thought, well, I've never thought about that. There's 12,000 people, basically 12,000 homes gone. Those people probably want to know where the money is. This will be an easy task to find out. So I contacted the Annenberg. They never responded.
And the Annenberg is
Foundation, because they are overseeing the wildfire funds, yes. So I emailed them several times. They never responded. I called them several times. They never responded. And finally, it was like almost 2 weeks later, a woman got back to me and she said, I'm sorry for the delay. The person you need to speak to is Chris Wallace. He's a media spokesperson for wildfire
Not that Chris
funds.
Wallace, is it? No.
So I contacted Chris and I said, victims want to know when they can get their money. Seems like a very simple question.
Yes.
He said, basically, they don't. All this money are going to nonprofits, and then nonprofits will take care of making sure the money's distributed. I looked at the initial...
All right, hang on a second. Is that normally how this stuff works? Is that the money that they raise goes to nonprofits and then nonprofits decide to distribute it how they want to?
Why are we having a middleman essentially here?
Exactly.
Right?
It's why when you talked about Families Behind the Badge Children Foundation, for example, it's a 501c3 nonprofit, and you always say, where does the money go? And so they had an obligation to inform people of that, but also we all, before we donate, look at what you're donating to and ask the question, how much of every dollar that I donate goes actually to where I'm donating it? It's an important question because it's probably not illegal. What happened here was probably not illegal, albeit unethical.
I'm sure Karen Bass will get to the
It's
bottom
fraud.
of it.
Yeah.
It feels like fraud.
It's total fraud. And the dude from the Hills, he's out there every day. What's the guy's name? He lost his home. He's now very vocal. He puts videos up every day. No. The guy from the movie, the TV show.
Oh, the Fox TV show, The Hills, yeah. Yeah, I know who you mean. I can picture his face. Yeah, I know who you mean.
Yeah, I can't think of his name because I never watched any of those crappy shows. But he's out there every day saying, he lost his home in the Palisades, and he wants to know. Now there's another reporter in the Palisades showing that the houses that people lost, who have been fined for not clearing their property, now those properties are being inhabited by squatters. People are setting up tents and living in the burned out properties in Pacific Palisades, because Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom want to make those properties now in Altadena and the Palisades up in the hills. They want to make those Section 8 housing or high rises for people. So that's what they want to do. So people who lost their properties, they're not getting money. They're not even starting to even think about rebuilding because they're not getting permits because Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass, who should be in jail, they're the ones who are skimming money to take care of their pals with these 401k, with these companies, these organizations, these nonprofits. That's why Tunnel to Towers, as you mentioned, some of these great groups, the St. Jude's and Children's Hospital and Shriners Hospital for Kids. You know, when you send money to those places, it's going to the source. That's the problem with nonprofits.
California is such a disaster.
It really is.
I saw a clip yesterday from Patrick Bet-David. I forget who he was citing as the source. California, number 1 in taxes, number 1 in homelessness, number 1 in gas prices, number 1 in outbound migration, and number 1 in unemployment. Karen Bass, whoever the mayor of San Francisco is, and Gavin Newsom. You want to talk about destroying a beautiful state? They are look up the definition of political failure. Their picture should be in Webster's.
A little bit more from this, Phil.
Dollars to about 120 nonprofits. And I looked at these nonprofits and one of them said, we help mobile home parks. And there were 2 mobile home parks in the Palisades, all low income. And so I contacted the people there. They had never received any money. They had never heard of that.
Oh my God.
When you go through, I would urge everyone to just go to the nonprofits that are listed. If you want a good laugh, I mean, one of the nonprofits cleans preschool bathrooms. Well, after the fire, who knows? Maybe there is a preschool bathroom that needs cleaning.
Yeah. In other words, a lot of these nonprofits are ancillary, if you will.
That's a nice way of saying it.
And you urge people, our viewers, they can go on the Fire Aid website. And yes, in terms of if you're Fire Aid, you can say, we have listed all the nonprofits. So they've given out $75 million so far. And you can see for yourself each nonprofit that has received money. The vetting process, though, that's an interesting angle to this story.
All right, so there you go. That's just a little bit of it. It's a great report, and we talked last week. I think Tony was here when we were talking about the decimation of local journalists and local news outlets. Having the resources. This woman, I don't know her, but she's obviously doing good work, looking into things and bringing light to stories that we don't.
That's not the Fox affiliate in L.A.
Oh, it's not?
That's doing that. That Circle the Newswoman is an independent.
Yeah.
And the Fox affiliate, you would think Fox affiliate in L.A., would be conservative or right-leaning.
Yeah.
They're not.
No.
Every single Los Angeles television station, radio station, and news station is in the tank for Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass. And the mayor of Oakland, who is another former congressperson who's keeping that town, Oakland, decimated. I mean, Oakland is a disaster area. Forget about L.A. Oakland is now officially barren. I mean, everybody's left. There's nothing left. San Francisco Market Street is, there's no businesses there. What they've done to California is a story that should get more attention. It's an absolute sad state of affairs. And Gavin Newsom is going to be the front runner for the Democrats in 2028. Yeah. That's how sad it is.
You brought up something, Tony, that I think is super important, is that, what did you say about this woman? She's an independent journalist. Don says this all the time.
Yep.
Who is getting the scoops on things like Matt Taibbi and all these guys, Schellenberger.
The Free Press, all these other people who were real journalists who left their jobs or got fired.
Yes.
And then they have the chops. They have the journalism chops to actually pursue stories rather than be part of a media conglomerate that just reads the company's line.
Well,
they just read the same scripts.
They're not bought and paid for.
Well, to your point, where were all the resources for the Fox affiliate, the ABC affiliate, the NBC affiliate looking into stories like this? Why did it take an independent journalist to have to bring this out?
They were too busy covering the LA riots and how ICE is violating people's rights with masks.
You're right.
Exactly.
You're right. I'm answering.
They're covering for Karen Bass. They're covering for Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom.
Yep.
That's the sad reality. Now we have some of that in Philly, but not to the extent of L.A. I mean, L.A. has so many different media outlets. Philadelphia has media outlets, but not like Los Angeles. I mean, the L.A. Times. You go down. The Sacramento Bee is a far left operation. in the capital city.
Yeah.
They're even carrying water for Gavin Newsom. There is no legitimate investigations of the corruption in California from the California media. So who's going to investigate them? Nobody.
We go from California to the state that Tony Bruno's in, Florida, with Tony's governor.
Mustard.
Ron DeSantis. He was on with, I believe this was Jesse Waters last night, discussing about how him and President Trump are getting along. It's got 12, Phil. How are you guys getting along? No, this is Kilmeade, sorry. Roll this.
How are you and the president getting along? You guys went at it pretty hard in the primaries, just like he did with Ted Cruz, just like he did with Marco Rubio. And then obviously things are going great.
At all, to be honest with you. Yeah, I think that's just you guys trying to do. I don't think that's true at all. I think we get along great. We're working very constructively.
You guys are Fox.
No state has done more to support their agenda on illegal immigration than we have. No state is working more constructively on environmental restoration. I just did a huge announcement this week on working with the Everglades. And we've also returned almost $1 billion to them as part of their DOGE efforts. So I think it's been really, really good. And, you know, the state of Florida, we're the envy of the nation. I mean, people want to come here. People want their states to follow our lead. And we'll continue to lead with purpose and conviction.
I hear you. What would be next for you? I know you're going to run through the tape as governor. What would be your next challenge?
Well, I've got enough challenges on my plate now. I mean, I think that, you know, we have 23.5 million people here. We've got things happening all the time. I mean, the idea that, you know, I'm going to be, you know, worrying about things down the line, that's just not how I roll. I got to get the most out of my opportunity here to lead. And we're putting up wins daily, and we're going to continue to do that all through the end.
Florida, the complete opposite, as Tony Bruno can attest to, of California. Yes. It is pretty. Two things. First of all, Kilmeade's a punching bag. Hey, nobody respects Kilmeade. They just steamroll that guy. But you know,
he's all right. He's a nice guy. He's a nice guy.
Yeah, he's soft. Mustard,
another former sports guy, you know. Another former sports guy turned journalist.
Yeah, Mustard's a 7-1 underdog to Vance right now. 4%.
Are you looking at 2028?
He is.
By the way,
we did that yesterday.
In the words of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, don't come. For all of you thinking about coming to Florida, don't come.
Right.
No, you can come. I mean, you know, we welcome everybody here.
Right.
We're gonna stay. We're gonna stay in the great state of Florida because I want to play
Alcatraz, alligator Alcatraz, baby.
I want to play. Go. I want to play a traffic stop that went viral yesterday. I'm saving this for Tony Bruno because it happened in Jacksonville, Florida. There was one angle by the driver that went viral from inside the car. The police body cam footage was also released, so you see the other angle. We have both. I want to compare them both, and I want to get everybody's reaction as to, because I believe the officer was put on leave.
And this is perfect because yesterday, remember when we talked about or 2 days ago, the ice brawl on the bridge? Remember Dawn had said that's only one angle. So this, I think, will kind
correct.
We will have two angles on this. We will play them both. So get over to YouTube. Tony, shame them. Go to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe.
Smash that like button.
Thank you. I'm going to see.
Smash it hard. Smash it like Hunter Biden smashed everybody on Channel 5.
We want to hit that hard.
I love that. Let's just look and see where our like totals are. Oh, dude, only 151. We were over 300 yesterday. Come on. Everybody that's watching, hit the like button. Even if you're not watching, go over there, hit the like button, and then go about your daily day.
Even if you're on Ambien, like Hunter Biden claims his dad was during the debate, 2 weeks before the debate, he was on Ambien. Hit smash it. Smash it hard.
If you're on Ambien, like it, and then lick it.
Exactly.
Jimmy!
What?
Jimmy Kelly!
You are such a treasure, Dawn. Dawn Stenson is a treasure.
I'm going to need a Dawn board.
To Philadelphia radio.
Like it and lick it.
I just, the amount.
Can't you just see somebody on Ambien? Like,
the amount of.
Calling me a cheap trick.
The amount of good sound bites you give. You give good sound.
Yes.
You give good sound bites.
Greg might give good cut sheet, but Dawn gives good sound.
All right.
Even I don't come up with the gems that Dawn does.
It's true.
And she's not even trying to come up with that stuff. That just rolls.
I know.
She's like Hunter Biden without the F-bombs. You know what I mean?
And it also, Tony, sounds a lot better coming out of her mouth than any of the three of us.
Right.
So.
Yes.
Dawn will be in with HR today at 12:05. All right, but let me tell you about our friends at Bucks County Estate Traders, because the truth is, China produces a lot of mass-produced junk, and they don't make furniture like they used to. And if you're tired of all that slop, well, then swing on by in Hatfield. Their massive showroom, 16,000 pieces of high-end furniture, brands like Stickley, Baker, Henredon. It's the kind of quality craftsmanship that stands the test of time, and you can save thousands compared to new retail prices. Doesn't matter your style. Classic, modern, rustic, traditional. Doesn't matter the room. Living room, dining room, home office, man cave, bedroom. Bucks County Estate Traders, they have it all. And unlike the big box stores, if you see something you love, you take it home the same day. Every piece, a QR code. You pull out your phone, snap a picture. Details will be displayed instantly. Pro tip, check out their website, call ahead. They will have everything ready when you arrive. Swing on by and see my buddy, the owner, Matt Stanella. He'll take care of you. Make sure you use my name. And visit buckscountyestatetraders.com. And, of course, the showroom right there in Hatfield.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus, offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chevy.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify. Home title theft. It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold, or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert, and that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
8:35, Kayal and Company. It is a Wednesday. Tony Bruno is with us. The cut sheet rolls on. We are just about 35 minutes out from another edition of Fight Club.
For those of you that cannot get to YouTube, I understand. You work for a living. You have things to do. I understand that. Nick will describe some of this as we see it. But I wanted to play this because this went viral a lot of the news stations have picked it up. A Jacksonville police officer was stripped of his duties after a video went viral of him punching a man in the face at a traffic stop. The incident actually took place back in February, but recently gained traction after the man, William McNeil Jr., shared the footage. McNeil, who was 22, was punched in the face after being pulled over for not driving with his headlights on during the day. McNeil was asked to exit the vehicle 7 times. McNeil was arrested for resisting arrest in connection with the driving on a suspended driver's license and possessing, I guess that's marijuana. So this is the video that McNeil himself released, because you can see it's from his vantage point. It's his phone in his car. You only see when the officer breaks the window and punches him in the face and drags him out of the car. We also have the body. We also have the body camera footage, so you can see more of it from the police's perspective, or the police officer's perspective. All right, let's roll cut 16. Phil, go.
When he pulled me over, he walked up, opened my door because my window don't work, right? Okay. And then I said, so what I did
What's
wrong?
This?
Yeah. He said, well, for one, your head.
What?
All right, well, I'm just getting
Just audio.
Yeah.
What happened there?
I don't know.
The
video's not there.
So we don't have the body cam?
I saw it in the hopper.
All right.
It's just not translating to
really
the live screen.
All right, let's play the police body camera footage then, okay?
Okay.
Let's start with cut 17. Play the body camera footage. Go.
Yeah, I don't like this.
Yes, sir.
Is there a reason why you're popping the door open like that?
I don't have a window that works. Is there a reason that you're pulling me over?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a reason why I'm pulling you over. For one thing, inclement weather, you don't have your lights on. 2 things, you're not wearing your seatbelt.
It's daylight. I don't need the lights, and it's not weather. It's not raining.
Oh, this is inclement.
It's not raining.
Okay, I'm not arguing with you. I'm telling you why I'm pulling you over. Give me your driver's license, registration, proof of insurance.
No, call your supervisor. Why?
Excuse me?
Call your supervisor. Why did you pull me over?
35. I'm fuck with the dog driver. I've already told you.
Why did you pull me over?
Step out of the vehicle.
No.
Step out of the vehicle. 25 seconds. I'll put the 940.
Yep.
Or just slam the door and lock it.
Can't see what
That's the new line now, by the way. Call your supervisor.
Yeah.
You hear that all the time now.
Yep.
Like we're at a Target.
Now locks the door. I reposted this yesterday because the facts are now clear in the body. Everybody wants police body cam footage, and now that there is police body cam footage, they don't like it.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Mm-hmm. I've already told you. Okay. Right now you're under arrest for resisting.
Yeah.
You understand? You're under arrest for resisting. The longer you take us on, the worse it's going to be.
He's speaking to a locked door.
Keep your hands where I can see him, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now remember, nobody knows what's going on in that car, who the guy is,
Can't
what
see
he's
anything.
doing, if he has a gun.
Yeah. Another unit, marked unit with lights and sirens on, just arrived. Pulled in front of the locked vehicle.
Open the vehicle and exit before we're going to break the window.
How many times did he he warned him?
Open the door and exit, or we are going to break the window.
Yes.
Open the door and exit, or we are going to break the window.
Keep effing around, you're gonna find out.
Well,
I would
conducting a traffic stop right now. You need to. No, he's under arrest.
I would have effing fired into this car.
No, you can't.
I
wouldn't give him.
I wouldn't give him the window and then punch the guy in the face.
I wouldn't give him 7 warnings. That's for sure.
Open the door and exit. You
3
are
strikes,
under
you're out.
arrest for resisting.
Now you see the body cam from the other officer's perspective.
Yeah, from behind.
Open the door and
So
exit.
you have front, back, and driver's side door.
Most of my videos I watch are like that. You got to have all the angles. You know what I mean?
I hear
Where's
you.
the overhead?
Where's the mirror? So uniformed officers, lights and sirens, marked units.
Window slightly cracked.
So now you're a cop and you're in this situation, right?
Yep.
And you got a guy in a car who's locked the door, won't come out. You know, what are you supposed to do?
Yes.
I get my
What are you
fellow
supposed
officer
to
to
do
break
if
the
you're law
window.
enforcement?
Yes.
He's telling the other officers.
This isn't a negotiation.
Is Bob Costas inside the car? Is Bob in there in the back seat?
Yeah, he's in the child seat.
By the way, great job yesterday, Dawn, with Bob Costas.
Here it comes.
Can you put that law?
Yeah, when you step out of the car, I will.
Hey, can you put
More units.
supervisor? Can you call you supervisor?
All right, go for it.
There we go. There we go. There we go.
Exit the vehicle now.
Oh,
Exit the vehicle.
and he punches him in the face there.
Show me your hand.
Yeah, and that's the video he put
Yes.
out there that made the whole world go crazy.
Yep.
Oh my God!
Can we actually? Can we bring it back 15 seconds? I want to. I was staring at the dashboard cam. I want to see it, the punching in the glass through the police, because I know we have both of them up simultaneously in this.
So what
clip.
are we seeing, Nick, on the simultaneous?
It's
on the right and the left.
So one is
the right is his phone version.
Yes,
the smaller
yes.
box.
The right is his phone's version. The other is the body cam
Yeah.
version.
Okay.
All right, see if we can roll it.
There we go. Oh wait, hang on.
And there it is, the one punch after the guy refuses, and they break the window.
Yeah.
And the guy, you don't know what he has in his hands, if he has a gun.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the weed, everybody's got weed in their car except me. And the cops did what we tell people to do, smash the window and then throw a punch. And smash the like button on the YouTube channel. Come on, people,
Thank you.
just smash
There
it
they
like
go.
they smashed that
So-
Nissan's window.
Pulls
It
them out.
wasn't a white Safe Light Repair. Safe Light Replace. Thank you, Shafe. That's Shafe on the YouTube chat.
And by the way, just so they can't make a racial issue out of this, there's 2 black officers there too. So like it's not just
all uniformed.
Yes, they're all uniformed. I mean, look.
Are they wearing masks, though? I want to know if they're wearing masks.
No. No.
So I want Cory Booker to get out today and have a news conference to say that the officers were not wearing masks and you couldn't see their badges.
So let me ask you guys this: like, so that officer was put on leave. So
Which, Dawn, I believe is standard, right? When they investigate this.
Well, that's my question. Yeah. Is he on leave or is he on desk duty? Because I thought it was SOP to just put him. It's right.
Only Larry Krasner knows for sure. Larry Krasner would have had him fired and put on trial.
You're right.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
But I thought it was standard operation to just put him on desk duty, not on quote unquote leave. So I'm not sure what's going on here.
So just so you guys all know, so that's the full. I mean, there's like two more minutes, but it's just them wrestling him to the ground. They arrest him. What made so that's the full, like, we played the entire body cam footage.
Because he didn't want to put his lights on when it was misting or drizzling out.
What's making headlines, CNN has run with this, a lot of major news outlets has run with this, is his version of this, where you just see him in his car and a cop just comes in and breaks the window and punches him in the face. Like he's some innocent bystander. Roll this, Phil.
When he pulled me over, he walked up, opened my door because my window don't work, right? Okay. And then I said, so what I did wrong? Yeah. He said,
what I did
wrong?
Well,
for one, your headlights are off under this weather. I'm like, okay. There's multiple people headlights off, first of all. And then there's
he should be
no
arrested
rain.
for murdering the English language.
Doesn't matter.
So
You're
should
still
I.
required to have headlights on.
Can you pull that law up?
Huh?
Can you pull that law up?
Yeah, when you step out of the car, I will.
Can you call your supervisor?
Here we go.
What did he say?
Can you call your supervisor?
Wait, hang on.
Is he saying?
There we go.
That was a pretty.
Exit the vehicle now. Exit the vehicle. Show me your hands. Here.
I'm here. What is your reason, sir?
Step out.
What is your reason?
Step out now. All right.
No.
See, now, if you just look at this, if you just...
Yeah, you're thinking,
Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely right.
Behind your back.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
The problem is this guy shows his camera video because he wanted to set the cops up.
Yeah.
But at least he's got the Rastafarian hat though on his headrest though.
Well, all of these losers are trying to go through with this, record it, take a punch in the face for a civil payday.
You're 100% right. You're 100% right.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it off of you, bro.
Look at the tax dollars being wasted for this one guy.
Yeah.
The guy was pulled over and he refused to comply.
7
and
times.
You don't know what he has in the car.
Yeah, 7 times.
You don't know what he has in the car. Yeah. Tell me that the window doesn't work. And, you heard him being recalcitrant.
Yeah.
First it's I want to see your supervisor, then it's show me the law.
Yep.
Exactly. If I get pulled over by a
excuse.
cop, and I've been pulled over by a cop too, you know what I do? I pull out my license and registration, like everybody's supposed to do. And I don't even know what if I'm going 100 miles an hour, I get pulled over. I know that. I've been pulled over for no reason in Philly, and I pull over and I ask the officer what I did wrong. And then he tells me, and I give him my license and registration.
Yep.
And then he gives me a warning because I didn't do anything wrong. I know. I have no empathy, man.
And if you want the law,
just look up the Google.
Just look up the Google.
But so I wanted to, because again, the media is just playing this, and apparently he's going to speak out today. It's going to be the first time he's going to speak out, and he's speaking out today. And that is the only video I've seen on any media outlet is playing this. And if you just look at it from that, you're just like, wow, that seems excessive for a guy who's not doing anything. But if you look at the body cam footage, he was asked 5 minutes until he broke the window.
If he was just compliant and followed the officer's commands, he would have at worst received a ticket.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
They said he got punched in his face.
And so this is Jacksonville, Florida. The sheriff, who's an African-American gentleman, spoke out about this at a community meeting. And so this is under review.
Yeah. The sheriff, by the way, is not sticking up for the cop.
No.
I don't know if you saw that.
He's not.
No.
He's not like our other buddy in Florida.
We will kill you, graveyard dead.
No, he's not. He's not like
exactly
that.
right.
He's not like that.
Okay.
All right. So we go from that to, I want to play this. I found this. I believe this happened in Philadelphia. In fact, I know it did because you can see the signs. You ever, and I'm sure at 8:47 here in the morning, there's a lot of people listening who are stuck in traffic right now. Do you hate the people that decide that when there's a traffic jam that they're just going to go on the shoulder and go around it?
Of course.
Yeah. This guy does it, videos it on his phone, and puts it on the internet.
The only thing that's worse is the guy on a crotch rocket that goes in between the two lanes up the strip.
Agreed. So this happened. It looks like on 76 West. So this is locally here. Yep. I'm sure there's a lot of people listening, sitting on 76 West right now.
This will be me at 10:12.
And he videos
that
himself.
Long, Nick, to get to the parking lot.
Well, Market Street can be a disaster.
12 minutes.
Yeah. Nick had to do overtime yesterday, so he's
I'll be packing up today at 9:42.
Very grumpy.
Will you be
about
taking a nap during the Dom show today?
I might have to.
At those hours?
Yeah, I don't know if you mentioned it. Tony Bruno in today for Dom Giordano from noon to 3, so you get double.
Just today.
Double dip.
Today,
yes.
Thursday, and Friday.
Yeah,
a 3-day tour.
The person who
3-day tour.
The person who signed off on this should be fired. That's all I'm saying.
Greg Stalker.
That's all
Was
I'm
it the
saying.
brand manager?
We need to get Zioli, Bruno, and Dom together for like an Italian, like a tour of Italy.
Ooh.
You know how
conservativetours.com.
like Olive Garden does the tour of Italy option when you go out to eat.
Yep.
We will have apps. We'll have calamari. We'll have all the necessary things between noon and 3. Calamari for the table, as we say when you go to the restaurant. The first thing you order, calamari for the table. Right? Am I wrong?
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT to see this video. Please smash that like button. Smash that subscribe button. It's all free. It helps us out.
Like that window. Smash that like button like the window in that Nissan.
All right,
is that a Nissan, by the way?
Here's it's a good question, Tony. I don't know if this is a white Nissan. This is a dash cam video of a guy going around. Maybe you see him right now on 76 West. He goes around stop dead traffic and gloats and yells at people for not for being in his way.
If you see him, shoot him.
Right? No, don't do that. Roll this.
No.
Let me show you how to do this traffic right here. He's scared.
He's scared.
Come on, bro. Look.
That's 76 West, right?
Yeah, it's right off City Avenue. I think it's the City Avenue exit.
Yeah.
Let me show you something, bro.
Yeah. It's coming up on. Yep.
That's what I used to do when I was almost late for work there. Right up there on City Line Avenue.
Right. Look at this. It goes around everybody.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bobbing and weaving, man. Watch out for the brush.
That's every day. That's every day here in Florida. That's what they do here in Florida all the time.
This is like what I do. I move over to the right before exiting Lincoln Drive on 76.
This is Dawn in the minivan.
Mhm.
You just gotta be weird.
Yep.
Now you have one of those big minivans, like the super duper ones with the 12 seats on.
Well, I used to, but I traded it in at Piazza Honda for the sporty Curve HRV.
This is Dawn at 5:42, knowing she's 20 minutes away from the first newscast.
No, there's no traffic when we come in, but I'm talking about coming home.
Oh, so this was not by City Avenue. This is way further down.
No, it's before. Yeah, that's like that's underneath the which bridge did they just redid? The Vine Street Bridge?
Yeah.
No, the South Street
What's
Bridge.
that? Yep, that's South Street. Yep, there's a sign for South Street.
But it's like
Yeah, this is South Street Bridge.
Yep.
Then there's the Railroad Bridge, and then you can see the WPHT studios on the right on the other side of the Schuylkill River.
It's
there.
like heading. So this is not the
West.
way we go
west.
because you're heading west.
Right.
No, they're still in the city heading west. They're approaching Center City, Philadelphia.
Can I tell you something?
Yep.
Sorry.
No.
Go ahead, Dawn.
Go.
No, I mean that right there. So that's like if you're coming back from the shore and you take the Walt Whitman, right?
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
ridiculous, that backup. Now, if you take Vare, a little pro tip, take Vare, shoot off,
Yeah,
and then you shoot back
exactly.
on, you can save like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
But it is ridiculous how that's all like they've been constructing that forever and they can't fix that
Yeah.
area that's always congested.
Yeah.
So I feel his pain, but I am that person who, if I see somebody who's coming up on me, whatever that is, I'm moving over because it's like, no, you're not going to do that.
Okay, so
so you block them off.
Oh yeah, I totally block them
Oh,
off.
absolutely. F these
Me
people.
too.
F these people. No.
I get my Dodge 2500 Ram with a 6.7 liter Hemi, the biggest Hemi made, and I stop and I get in the way and I say, "You ain't going by me, sucker." And I got concealed carry here. I got open carry here in Florida.
I will merge my car up and dare them to hit me. I will dare them to hit me. F these people. No, you're not getting by me because you're some entitled prick. No.
So if any of us don't come into work tomorrow because we got shot, it is Philadelphia.
Some entitled prick.
But I've had guys. I had one guy recently. He threw a soda can,
What?
a Coke can, at my car once he got around. Like once the traffic started moving.
For what?
Because I blocked that area.
Oh,
Do you know what I mean? Because I stood my ground.
Yeah. Well, Pennsylvania's.
You should have pulled out your Glock that you carry underneath your seat and
I would never do that. That's
and fired at his
rude.
car.
Well, years ago,
I am
Bruno
far too
used to have
disciplined.
the Gatling gun on the front of his hood.
But I wish I would have had video.
Be honest.
I want one in my trunk. I want one of those machine guns like in Breaking Bad.
I
the
agree.
last episode.
No. I
Remember?
agree.
He had the garage door opener. And he had a Gatling gun in the trunk of the car, and this thing went around. We need that. That's have to be standard issue. Well, no, that should be an option. There should be an option in all new electric cars, or even the gas guns.
Yeah, you either get
whatever you have.
You either get the Gatling gun or 1.9% APR financing. And by the way, just so you know, as somebody who leases a vehicle from Piazza Honda, I would never drive on the side of the shoulder and damage that vehicle.
Well done.
Would never do it.
Well said, Nick Kayal.
By the
Very
way,
smart.
By the way, this is the what's worse. Well, that's worse. I hate that. But what's absolutely worse is when we leave here and we get onto 676.
Yes.
And you merge, and just the rules of traffic are one car goes, another car goes. One car goes, another car goes. The people that don't let you effing in because they have to be next.
Yes.
It's like, dude, do the rules of the road. Just obey the rules of the road. We're all in this together. Let's get off. Yeah,
exactly.
I can't take that. You see these trucks that are right up on people's bumpers, and they're like, nope, not letting you in. Like, F you. Thank you. Don't talk to Nick. Yeah, Nick.
Bill, Bob, Lou,
Nick.
Somebody talk to us about cars.
Talk to us about cars.
You got it. Let's talk about that Piazza Honda that I would never drive up the shoulder, shall we? It's an exciting time for our friends at Piazza Auto Group.
Yes, that was a white Nissan. I believe that was a white Nissan that gentleman was driving.
It usually is.
Yeah.
And their 5 Honda dealerships would never happen in a Honda. Honda has won more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand, including the best best overall brand, the most trusted brand, and the best value brand. And whether you're eyeing the Accord, the CR-V, the Pilot, perhaps you want that third row, the Ridgeline, you're choosing a vehicle backed by the real drivers of Philadelphia, the real drivers of America, just like yourself. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda, Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Shop online anytime. PiazzaHonda.com for today's special offers.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
We know you're uncertain about psychics. Is this fortune teller you found on a forum legit?
Your one true love is...
me! That's why California Psychics reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. New customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Get insights on the go. Download the California Psychics app today.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Al Budicus. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made in Crash Proof, I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing while it's in the account. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event happening at Downingtown Country Club on Wednesday, August 20th, starting at 5 p.m. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, I'm Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. And did you know we're locally owned, fully licensed and insured, and trusted by thousands of homeowners per year? We treat your home like it's our home.
Emmons is who I use. They install top quality roofing, siding, windows, doors, and even decks. For a free estimate, call Emmons today at 856-556-3229.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice. So call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
That's callemmons.com. WPHT.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 9 o'clock, fourth and final hour underway on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Free Odyssey app, free iHeartRadio app, and also the visual component on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, where some
like it and then lick it.
Yes.
Exactly right. California psychics just called, according to Gary Stam on the Twitter and the YouTube chat. Said California psychics just called and said for Dawn to just lick it. Even the California psychics are aware of what's going on.
Yeah,
that's why they're psychics. I mean, they should.
All right. Fight Club in 10 minutes.
Can't wait. Get on over to YouTube to see it. We decided to get the girls today. The gals are in it today.
Yeah, I was due for some broads.
Oh, I
Enough
love
of
when
the
girls
dudes.
go.
Yeah.
How many? Any weaves getting pulled off?
No, these are
no weaves.
No, this is just a lot of bad language, but usually is.
No, nothing can top
Hunter Biden's involved in this.
What a schmuck he is.
By the way, speaking of since we're playing this Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, Black Sabbath, any Aussie stories, Tony Bruno?
We'll be doing a little block of Ozzy.
A little block of Ozzy.
For Dom.
I like that.
Nice.
You know the great producer who I get to work with again for the first time in a long time,
Who?
Mr. Machette.
Henry, yeah.
Mr. Henry Machette.
Yeah, it'd be good times.
Mash it good.
So you have a commercial-free Aussie block coming up between the new
Yes,
and
we
three?
do. We'll go nonstop Ozzy. We'll have Ozzy stories, Ozzy and Harriet. We'll have
Ozzy and
whatever
Harriet.
you want.
We're at 311 likes. Thank you. That's much better. But we could get to 400. I'm just saying. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT.
Bruno, it's never enough for these brand managers. They're never happy. They always
true.
got to get more blood out of the stone.
It's true. Maha Victory?
right.
Is this a Maha Victory? Yeah. The Massive Consumer Brands Association pledges to remove all artificial dyes, food dyes, from their products by 2027. This includes Coca-Cola, Amazon, and Target. This is cut 3, Phil. Cut 3. Do we have 3? Roll it.
Breaking today, some of America's biggest brands are backing the Making America Healthy Again movement. The Consumer Brands Association includes all the big brands like Coca-Cola, Amazon, Target, pledging to eliminate synthetic food dyes by the end of...
Man, can we just, Phil, if we could, let's mute the audio. Just roll that again, and I'll read off all the companies for the audience that
Can you read it that fast?
I'll try. Yeah, let's go ahead and roll it again without the audio. Abbott Nutrition, Bush Brothers, the Campbell's Company, Clorox, Coca-Cola, Colgate-Palmolive, Del Monte Foods, General Mills,
Dole. Dole is in there, yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Bobby Cat, I mean, think about all the people that we've been talking about in this administration. For the good, the bad, the ugly, anywhere in between. Hasn't been a ton of negatives with Bobby other than the day he couldn't differentiate between Medicare and Medicaid, which is kind of an issue. But, for his task that he's been tasked to do, not a bad job.
I agree. And then remember when Trump talked about the Mexican Coke and he wants to use cane sugar in it? And they said, they're not going to listen to Trump because he wants cane sugar and he's pimping Coke. Guess what? They're going to use cane sugar. They're going to have Mexican Coke again. Hunter Biden's going back on another podcast today when he heard that.
And by the way, too, when did Coca-Cola change the Coke recipe?
Well, do you mean when they actually had
a bunch
Coke?
of times?
They actually had cocaine.
Because I felt like there was a change when I was 10 or 12. If anybody can look it up, I'm going to say there was some alteration made in the mid-'90s. And whenever they changed it, I was out. I switched to Pepsi. I haven't had soda on a consistent basis since 2000 probably.
But Nick, it was in the 1980s that they went. In the 80s, they went to the high fructose or fructose syrup.
Right.
But it was 1984 that they
Great year.
allegedly did use trace levels of cocaine in Coca-Cola.
Remember,
but it was cocaine free
cans.
by 1929.
The cans used to say Coca-Cola Classic.
Yep.
And then the Classic disappeared. And I got to find that other date. I want to say that there was one in the 90s. Oh, here we go. Coca-Cola Classic from July of 85 to 2009, according to Coca-Cola's Wikipedia page.
Yeah, then they had the new Coke. Remember, they tried to rebrand.
They did.
And then Pepsi, that the Cola Wars have been going on forever. And I remember fighting in the Cola Wars back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
When me and Dick Blumenthal and Dick Blumenthal and I were on the front lines on the Coca-Cola Wars back in the day. I was more of a,
Thank you for your
what's
service.
the other cola? The other Royal Crown.
RC.
RC, yeah.
RC. I was an
I
RC
loved
cola
RC.
guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Absolutely.
I used to get the can of RC Cola out of the machine outside of a Kmart.
That was for all you poors.
Yes. It was a Bobo.
Poors out there, right?
But remember,
I was a Frank. You know what? I'm still to this day here in Florida a Frank's Black Cherry Wishniak guy all day long.
Oh, that's phenomenal.
You know what I'm saying?
That is good black cherry knowledge. Remember,
Ice cream and lick it.
Jesus, my God, this show's gone to rated R. I got to make it PG again. What was
ice cream and like black cherry soda? That's delicious.
I love anything black cherry. Oh, I love it. What was the other? It was like the supercharged cola. It was like cola. It was like the
Jolt Cola.
Yes.
That's Jolt Cola is what I used to mainline that when I would drive from ESPN at 1 a.m. back to Philadelphia to get on the air at 5:30 or the morning show back in the days.
Yep.
Jolt Cola was the thing back in the 90s.
That's a good scoop.
Late 80s, 90s. Yes.
Yeah, it was.
By the way, when you talk about the shift to corn syrup, it was largely because of all the government subsidies for corn producers. Hello, Iowa. So political, government, that's, we can thank big corporate America and also government subsidies for that high fructose corn syrup.
I talked to, well, actually, no, let's get to this. Nick, your daughters shop at Ulta. The Ulta beauty products.
Oh, it's funny you say that. Just when I thought Sephora was going to bankrupt me, Ulta's worked its way into the rotation.
Sorry.
Yeah, my daughter works at Ulta in Maryland.
Oh, does she?
Really?
She's a manager at an Ulta. Yeah, in Maryland. Yep.
Well, Ulta has a new spokesperson.
And by the way, too, when you go into these Ultas and the Sephoras, can they dial the scent back a little bit? I go in there and I feel like my throat's going to clam up. I'm like, God, I feel like
at least they don't
drinking.
spritz you anymore.
Yeah.
Remember when they used to be able to spritz you when you walked into department stores?
Yep.
To try to get you to buy cologne?
Yep.
Right?
Yeah. They still have that service. Like if you walk into like the Willow Grove Mall and the one of the department store entrances,
Macy's,
Macy's or something, they still do spray you, or they don't just spray you, but they offer it.
They have to do it on one of those little
cards.
Tabs. There,
Yes,
the
smell
card.
this.
You have to spray it on the card first.
Smell this.
Yeah. I'm a selective user of spritzers. I'm a 2-squirt maximum kind of guy.
Well, Ulta Beauty Products has a new spokesperson. Okay. I'm guessing you guys will know who this person is. Roll this.
Yes.
Julian here is now at Ulta, and I'm here to see the display for the first time, you guys. Hi, honey. What's your name? Paulina. Nice to meet you, Paulina. Nice to meet you. What's your name, honey?
There's a dude.
We're gonna see what Julian hair looks like at Ulta.
He's back.
A dude with a full beard and mustache.
Okay, let's see it.
There it is. He has
so
his
pretty. I got highlights since then. You guys, do you think it's pretty? It's gorgeous.
This
dude gonna get along with all of her other new Ulta friends.
This dude has his own line of beauty products, Don.
Looks like Seth Rollins.
Ulta Beauty nationwide. We love the hair you have.
JVN Beauty Products for the dudes who are I don't know.
I have a full mustache and beard.
When you have 5 o'clock shadow the rest of your life.
All right, well, looks like Ulta's out of the rotation.
Hey.
We are a
different
Sephora
strokes,
family.
whatever floats your boat, pal.
You be you.
I like the heels, though. Dawn, do you like the white heels? Are they too tall for that man?
Whatever.
I mean, the beard's good. The beard's pretty solid.
Yeah, the beard is, well, You know what he looks like? One of the Bee Gees from back in the day.
He does.
Yes.
He's a very beautiful bearded man. I don't know what his identity going on, but he's a very attractive individual with long, not as nice hair as Greg Stocker,
Thank
but
you
longer,
very much.
highlights.
Yeah.
The beard that I think the beard is enhanced with some kind of beard makeup.
Yeah.
Do you think?
Mhm.
He grows the beard better than Stalker does, though.
But I think he has makeup on the beard.
That's not hard to do.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. I can't.
What exactly is in the JVM lines? Is it JVN or what's his name again?
JVN, the JVN beauty line. I have no idea.
Isn't he the beauty consultant for the dude that screwed that destroyed Bud Light and is still somehow an important?
Is that who that is?
Dylan Mulvaney.
Dylan Mulvaney. I think
that's-
he's Dylan Mulvaney's personal masseuse or whatever. I don't know what the hell he is.
I'm not sure he knows what the hell he is.
Yeah.
I think he's more of a man than Dylan Mulvaney, though. But it would be, Producer Dan says Queer Eye is a pretty solid show. I haven't seen Queer Eye. Producer Dan has, though.
Queer Eye? Oh, Queer Eye for the Straight Guy?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No.
Is that still on? They have
no idea.
different incarnations of that, right?
Yeah. It's probably on Cozy TV.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT because you guys know what time it is.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight.
Yes.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal rating.
You got knocked the out, man.
Thank you, Jim Kelly. Fight Club, sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority you. Visit tricounty.com. That's tricounty.com. Tri-County Auto Group. Thank you for sponsoring the ever important What Up Wednesday with Tony Bruno edition of Fight Club. We got to it actually in Dawn's show yesterday because of the Bob Costas interview.
Mm-hmm.
But because that went long. But today we have 2 females going at it on, it looks like the side of the road, curb, some curbage. They look in their late teens, early 20s. Would you guys say?
Yeah.
All right. Fight Club's entry for...
Yeah, we got two white broads ready to throw down with 2 white chicks on the sidewalk. And, of course, what are they doing, Gregory? They're pulling out their phones to record.
Of course they are. By the way, today's submission as has been the last couple of days, has been from associate producer Ed Durr.
Ed Durr loves this.
He loves Fight Club.
Yes, he does.
He sent me... I was doing something yesterday, and I got 37 texts in a row. And I'm like, what is going on?
They're all from Ed?
And it was all from Ed. He goes, that'll keep you till Thanksgiving. I'm like, thanks, buddy.
Wow.
So he provides me with Fight Clubs from now till Thanksgiving.
I love the fact that we're working in some white trash today.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Philip.
Let's do it.
Roll it.
There's the hair. See the hair? Oh,
wow.
Oh, we got MMA. Is there a tap out?
Yep.
Does she tap out or no?
Wow.
She goes after...
No, she's coming back for more.
Yep.
Oh, yep. Down she goes again.
Another takedown. I believe they will be on the card at the MMA fight event on the White House lawn.
That is some straight
that's some
up
it's some curb appeal right there.
That is Ronda
Wow,
Rousey.
no, the blonde gets up. And we got some kicking.
Yeah.
There's everything in this fight.
Love it.
Well, the girl in the teal shirt that does most of the ass whipping.
She's got some moves.
Yeah, and she's fit.
Yeah.
She's got the takedown.
Oh, yeah.
She pounds her in the face.
Pulling those. This isn't WWE Next that Nick watches all the time.
This is not Charlotte
This is real MMA.
Yeah.
Boom. Takes her down and goes for the eyes. Not just the face, but she's going for her eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Just pounding her.
Quick hands.
Oh, yeah.
The girl in like the turquoise.
That is quick hands.
The girl in the turquoise shirt, she was just like, okay, I'm done. And the other one gets up and goes, nope, I want more. She's like, are you sure? Because I got you. Yeah.
Yep.
There you go.
Always give credit to those.
Multiple angles, too. I like that there's multiple chicks filming this.
I know.
So that we get all the different angles. How come we only see the one angle, though?
I know. I need body cam.
What does it say on the back of her shirt? Punch Club or something? Something Punch? Judy Punch?
Good eye.
You got a you have a good
NCH Public.
You have a good suggestion there. Maybe we can make up. See, I don't know if we can do Fight Club shirts because there's a movie, so I'm sure it's copywritten, right?
Right.
You know what I mean?
No.
I would like to see Kayal and Company Fight Club T-shirts.
Yeah.
Well, you're not supposed to talk about Fight Club, but
That's
you can
true.
still sell shirts, I think, right?
Fights equal ratings. We know that for a fact.
Yes.
So there you go.
That's some quality takedown action right there.
It really is. It really
They're
is.
not doing.
Remember, this will
That's
all.
That's more action. That's more real fighting than you'll see in an entire night of WWE that Nick watches religiously on Fridays, AEW and all that.
You watch
Both
AEW?
fight like girls. Those are real.
Oh, okay.
Nah, just WWE, but I'll watch anything almost.
Except UFC,
Right, it's too gory.
which makes no sense.
Yeah,
it makes no sense whatsoever.
Although they do it on the White House
Ken
lawn,
Laser,
I'm in.
Ken Laser says, fight on the curb grass where the dogs leave their marks. They're rolling around in the grass. They didn't care. They were using curb.
Yep.
They were using sidewalk. They were using grass. They were using any available property in the vicinity.
I think that's the leader in the clubhouse so far this week.
By the way, MM1
yeah.
MM1 has a great suggestion. We can call it Fight Club, PH. Like Philly Fight Club.
Oh.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then put
Yeah.
so we'll have no copyright. There we go. All right. Promotions, get on that. Yeah, I'm sure
We'll see that in May of 2020.
Now, we're going to have the 62nd and Market one. I believe the local one, 62nd and Market Street. That was a good Fight Club that we have to get a little more local this week. Have you seen that video yet?
No, I've not.
Submit it.
Send it to me. Yeah, send it to me. You know how to reach me, don't you?
Can I do it during the Dom show today?
You sure
play it during the Dom show.
You can play it during the Dom show.
Don't worry, Robin will send it to you.
YouTube.com/WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons. I see all you people watching, and I don't see the number of likes going up. Hit the like and subscribe buttons.
Outrage.
I teased this the other day, Nick and Dawn, but I wanted to play it for you guys and for Tony. This is cut one, Phil. CNN interviewed New Yorkers who have overlapped from Trump to Mondami. So these are Johan, whatever his name is, Johan Mondami voters that also voted for Trump.
Sounds like my wife's uncle.
Cut one, go.
Who did you vote for president in 2024?
Trump के लिए
Trump.
Yeah, so Trump Mamdani. Trump is basically अपनी कंट्री के लिए बहुत अच्छा सोचता है. उसकी थिंकिंग बड़ी अच्छी है. कारोबारी बिजनेस लिहाज के लिए बहुत अच्छा वो सोचता है.
Okay, so he said he supported and voted for Trump because Trump is very conscious about his country. He's a very good business-oriented man, and he wants to take immigrants. Trap मतलब क्या?
जो corrupt लोग.
He wants to take corruption out of the system.
Are you worried at all that Trump and Mamdani will fight?
Okay, so he says he has faith that the two of them are going to kind of move the country in a good direction.
Zunera Ahmed is from South Brooklyn and works in city Democratic politics.
Tell me about the Trump to Mamdani voter.
Yeah, I mean, I think Southern Brooklyn, you'll find them all over the place. What both campaigns did successfully was they reached out to the voters. So I was with voters on election day, and when asking Pakistani voters how they're voting, many of them said Trump. And a lot of them said because during the Trump campaign, they spoke about former Prime Minister Imran Khan and things that were happening in Pakistan. They just weren't hearing that from other campaigns.
Do you think there's a connection in both Trump and Mamdani talking about affordability or grocery prices?
You know, there's a connection in terms of they're talking about it, but the Mamdani campaign has put out proposals that people can really grasp.
Another major part of Mamdani's coalition are voters that live in a string of neighborhoods that political writer Michael Lang calls the Kami Corridor. Many younger college-educated people live here. These neighborhoods voted overwhelmingly for Kamala Harris and then voted for Mamdani by huge margins, in some precincts by 9-1.
Kami Corridor is not an insult.
Not an insult at all.
Are the young people in the Kami Corridor angry at the Democratic establishment?
Absolutely.
Why?
Because kind of for their entire adult life, that party establishment has not really been delivering for them. That American dream of previous generations of being able to have children in a city, right? Be able to buy a home at a reasonable interest rate, just feel increasingly out of reach. I think in some respects the disconnect kind of between the party establishment and the voting base that Trump exposed in 2016 is reminiscent of the one that Zohran Mamdani exposed in 2025.
I feel anger with a lot that's going on in our government right now. Just even in the sense of there's a lot of corruption and people who are claiming to be Democratic candidates don't necessarily have views that really line up with what I support or what I think the general people even support.
Ellie Reeve, CNN, New York.
I mean, I can see why a progressive.
Hey, Ellie. She's so chill. Ellie Reeve, is that her name?
Pass that around.
Wow, she's really laid back in the commie corridor.
Yeah, bro.
Is that like the Harry hallway for Harry Mays on Mondays here on 1210 WPHT?
Oh, man.
Harry hallway.
Commie corridor.
Commie
corridor.
Did you know there was a commie corridor, Dawn, when
I
we
never
were
heard
traveling
that.
to the...
Never heard of that.
Never dined in the commie corridor on a Friday?
No, never dined there. Huh.
I mean, I could see why a progressive that voted for Harris wants this madman, because your options as a Democrat are him, Eric Adams, Cuomo.
Yeah.
I don't get the Trump thing. I mean, you're going to go from so you supported a capitalist, now you're going to support a socialist. You're going to support a guy who was law and order, a guy who wants to abolish prisons. You're going through a political identity crisis. You don't know what the hell you want. These are complete polar opposites.
Yeah. Remember when Trump said, let's have the government run all of our grocery stores? Right. Remember that?
What?
Let's go to the commie corridor and get some Trump wine. No, I can go to Trump Tower and get that right in Midtown Manhattan, for God's sake.
God almighty.
By the way, I know this is going to be shocking, but I had this clip. I didn't play it the other day, but just to summarize it, Elizabeth Warren is supporting Mondami, so she's all for it.
Oh yeah.
She actually thinks the government-run grocery stores are a great idea. So I know that's shocking.
Oh yeah.
But
Can you get Pow Wow Chow in there though? That's what I want to know.
All right, that's what I have for this Tuesday edition or Wednesday edition, excuse me, of What's on the Cut Sheet.
All right, Tony Bruno's going to go towel off and get revved up for the Dom Show.
3 hours. 3 hours today.
My Ambien is wearing off, so I should be 100% for the Dom Show at noon. Now, Dawn, are we going to do a crossover from the Dawn Show to the Dom Show, and then Rich Zioli and I will do a crossover?
Yes.
Crossovers are great. Not since Allen Iverson have we seen great crossovers.
And we're not going to practice.
That's right.
Practice.
I love this.
But we are going to.
Like it and then lick it. Yeah.
Exactly right.
Coming up at noon,
Exactly
Tony
right.
Bruno.
And Miss Robin.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I Miss Robin.
Yep.
Sorry, I don't mean to bury the lead there.
The Bruno Robin Radio Nooner. Coming up in 2.5 hours.
All week, too, by the way. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
There you go.
They'll be in all week.
All right, coming up next, we'll get a big 3 from Dawn, and then we are going to have a little music conversation. Phil Almquist is going to come in here because we have a Aussie Osbourne discussion to get into, and we'll do that on the other side of Kayal and Company, and we're back after this.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep, our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them. But They have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. How's this for a novel idea? Book your next office, bachelor, bachelorette, or private party at Bob's Little Sports Shop in Glassboro, New Jersey. Bob's offers men and women trained instructors, private and closed events that can host up to 30. Book a smaller group, 10 or less during business hours, and have your own instructor for shooting range fun. Just call for pricing and details. No alcohol or drugs permitted on premises. Ladies, call Bob's now and register for their women's shooting event August 10th at 1 p.m. Bob's also offers private and group lessons on introduction to firearms, shooting and cleaning classes. Bob's instructors are certified NRA and range safety officers. Firearms ID cards are not required for anyone attending events, and no previous experience is necessary. Bob's also hosts shooting events throughout the year for anyone interested in learning about proper firearm ownership. Visit Bob'sLittleSportsShop.com, Bob'sLittleSportsShop.com on Delsea Drive in Glassboro. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
IT problems don't just slow business productivity, they can cause serious security risks. Computrex delivers comprehensive managed IT solutions for efficiency and peace of mind, providing proactive monitoring, rapid issue resolution, and robust cybersecurity. Computrex is your reliable partner for seamless IT operations. Computrex, empowering your business through expert IT support. Call 610-415-0539. COMPUTREX, 4, U.com.
At Kitchen Magic, we've been transforming kitchens since 1979. Proudly American-made, family-owned, and 100% tariff-proof. That means no international delays and no surprise fees. Take advantage of our 24-month same-as-cash financing. It's time to love your kitchen again. Visit kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic, quality that's closer to home.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, They joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441. 800-949-1441.
Hey, Daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
When you speed, you have less time to react. Follow the speed limit and keep other road users safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by the NHTSA.
Free speech lives here. The Dumb Deer Down on weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It's Kayal and Company, 9:31. Just a few moments away from a big three with Dawn Stensland. But right now, your chance to win a pair of VIP tickets to Politics and Pints with political commentator and Fox News contributor Gianno Caldwell, which will be hosted by our very own Rich Cioli. It's coming up Thursday, July 31st. That is 8 days. Next Thursday, July 31st. At the Zlock Performing Arts Center on the campus of Bucks County Community College in Newtown, PA. The one-night-only event promises raw, real, and timely discussion on personal loss, the future of American politics, and what it takes to heal a nation. You can get your tickets at 1210WPHT.com or win them right now by being caller 12. All you have to do is be caller 12 at 855-839-1210. Another installment of Politics and Pints. Looking forward to that. As I said yesterday, Gianno Caldwell, very, very sharp individual, so that shall be a good conversation coming up in just over a week. All right, let's get a big three from Dawn Stensland at 9:32.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
Just 2 minutes ago, that's when the court proceeding was set to begin in Philadelphia, and this is for a confessed cop killer sentenced today. And in attendance will be a grieving widow in Philadelphia. This is the widow of Philadelphia SWAT Corporal James O'Connor IV. This killing, this happened in 2020, and the sentencing is, we're told, is getting underway any second right now. This is Hassan Elliott. He shot Corporal O'Connor back in 2020 while trying to avoid being caught and arrested for yet another murder. He faces many decades behind bars. So the recommended sentence here, 55 to 75 years. This is a case that has been very controversial and obviously tragic and making national headlines as this career criminal who slipped through the cracks, you may say, thanks to Krasner's cracks, the DA, letting him go a year earlier, taking a lot of criticism, Krasner denying that. But 26-year-old Hassan Elliott learns his fate. How many decades behind bars will he get? And will the family be satisfied with that? So we're waiting for that. This was a guy who was a known gang member in the so-called SG 1700 gang, a very violent criminal gang that has plagued Philadelphia. These officers were trying to just serve a warrant. And it was a warrant because this guy was a killer, a drug dealer, and has confessed as much.
You know, you pull somebody over for a routine traffic stop. Next thing you know, you have to give them 7 warnings. You think you're serving a warrant where you're going to go home. I mean, that's why I am so pro-police. It's just absurd. Just absurd that you have to deal with this. By the way, just a quick side note. ICE is hiring more agents, and they are now offering 6-figure salaries and $45,000 signing bonuses.
Yeah, and this is thanks to the big, beautiful bill being passed. Because the media is focused on, they took money away from the, NPR or whatever. But why did they need to doge the budget and make some cuts? Because they're allocating money because we have a very violent situation in Philadelphia with gangs being supersized, drug deals being supersized. And so this is refunding the police, if you will, especially because of the border issue.
Yeah, certainly at the federal level.
Yes, sirree. So a couple of news notes for you of Tony Bruno and Miss Robin. They probably already know this, but today, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt scheduling a news briefing, and this is just being scheduled. So I don't believe this one was on the docket, but apparently this is the Trump administration's decision not to release some files related to deceased sex offender pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. So that's what's being reported by the media. But Caroline Leavitt expected to hold this briefing in the noon hour at some point, we're being told, but it's earlier in the day to address some of the news that's out there this morning. Now, what else is happening? Where's President Trump today? This is an AI summit. So an artificial intelligence summit. President Donald J. Trump delivering remarks. This is this afternoon at the AI summit in D.C., where President Trump is also expected to sign executive orders. That's according to the White House. And these executive orders that they're unveiling intended to boost U.S. technology sectors. So the stock market looking good today after the tariff news of a trade deal with Japan and other Asian countries. But the one with Japan especially impacting car makers like Honda, Toyota, etc. And so that boosted up the stock market yesterday as well as today. That is your big three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up next, in honor of the late, great Aussie Osbourne, I figured we would lean on the experts, both wearing their Black Sabbath T-shirts today. I think we've established Ozzy is the king of heavy metal music.
Yes.
What about rock? What about pop? What about country? Blues, alternative, hip-hop?
Wait. Yeah. I wasn't prepped for any of this.
Well, I know you're going to dispute Elvis, so
I don't
figured
believe
we'd... Linda Kearns, stay ready.
No.
We'll do that next with a little music. Stay right there.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. If you haven't gotten away yet this year, don't miss making those amazing family memories. Family memories are everything, and there's still time to book a getaway at My Happy Place, the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May. And they have several special packages to make your getaway even grander. If you hurry, you can still book a stay this summer. Cape May is beautiful in the fall. Don't forget that. Book a Grand Escape weekend this fall. Earn resort credits and enjoy the beautiful beaches in Cape May with fewer crowds. Or make it a September to remember and book a September stay. Still earn resort credits and save 10% off room rates. Check out their website for details. Remember, book direct with them for the best rates and those resort credits. And the Grand is the perfect place to host a wedding, baby or bridal shower with 4 ballrooms. They will help you make lifetime memories. Call my friend Caitlin. She was just named 2025 South Jersey's Face of Weddings, and she'll help you plan the wedding of your dreams. GrandHotelCapeMay.com. Book your getaway today.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC company out for a $59 AC tune-up, and the service tech tells you there are 3 other things that need to be fixed that would cost you hundreds, if not more, dollars? That's because these clowns are really salesmen, not service techs. At Marvin E. Cans, we can't tune up your system for only $59, but we will tune it up for a fair price, and that's all we'll do. If you want an honest HVAC company, then contact us at marvinekanze.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Kayal and Company, 9:45 Wednesday morning. The fourth box has been activated. It's been loaded. And you see him sitting in the chair, Mr. H-Chair himself.
H-Chair Almquist.
H-Chair Almquist celebrating his 7-year anniversary on the day of a moment where we will talk about Aussie Osbourne and also some musical power rankings. But before the music, always comes the movie from Jimmy Kelly.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
So you must be pretty upset after the Yankees lost.
Bill Mazeroski. I hate him. He made Mickey Mantle cry. The paper said that the Mick was crying.
Mickey Mantle, is that what you're upset about? Mickey Mantle makes $100,000 a year. How much does your father make?
I don't know.
You don't know? Well, see if your father can't pay the rent. Go ask Mickey Mantle, see what he tells you. Mickey Mantle don't care about you, so why should you care about him? Nobody cares.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Once again today, a pair of lawn tickets to see the Dave Matthews Band Summer Tour 2025 on July 25th at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com. Caller 12-855-839-1210. Best of luck, and you are on your way. All right, we'll lean on the musical experts here, Phil Almquist and Greg Stocker. So you guys are both in agreement that Ozzy Osbourne, Black Sabbath
is the greatest heavy metal band of all time, period. Stop.
Yes.
Okay, so there's no debate there.
No.
So if we were to branch out and do a top three, or perhaps even, dare I say, a Mount Rushmore, who would fill that out?
Of heavy metal?
Of that. Can you go that far? I'm assuming you can.
Maiden, then you go, Metallica. Where else do you want to go? Megadeth?
Oh, boy. No. But that's
Judas
a tough
Priest? There are a lot of them.
Metal? Ozzy and...
Even Ozzy solo, you could maybe separate him out of again.
Black Sabbath, maybe. Definitely Metallica. I don't know. What would the third one be? I don't know.
Because AC/DC is hard.
AC/DC.
Are they hard rock or are they heavy?
I would not put them in heavy. They're hard rock.
Okay. Well, all right. So, but I mean... Like heavy metal, that's really such a Lemmy, Motorhead. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
and Lemmy's gone, right?
Oh, yes. It's funny because there was a meme out there that said both of them were on stage, and 70 days later they're both gone. Well, the people that agree with that or think that's true are idiots and need to go off of this planet and find another world because they are losers.
This is why we brought them in.
They put pioneers. I'm just looking at AI.
Yeah,
Led Zeppelin, Deep Purple, Judas Priest, Motorhead, Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah,
metal, Jimi Hendrix. I would say, what were the Led Zeppelin? Would Led Zeppelin be heavy
Judas
metal?
No, I wouldn't. I consider them pure rock.
Yeah,
and that Mount Rushmore of rock.
All right, then I would take away. I would probably do Black Sabbath, Motorhead, Judas Priest.
Okay. Are you both in agreement for pop that it's Michael Jackson?
I don't care or listen or want to comment on pop.
All right, sounds good. Moving
along. Horrible genre.
Maybe where you will have a debate.
Michael Jackson is fine with me.
Phil and Linda Kearns both say Elvis.
For what?
For rock.
For King.
Rock!
For King,
about
not for the best of all
King
time. King, not the best of all time.
No.
King, that's different.
How dare you?
How can you differentiate between King and best of all time?
Best of all time is the Rolling Stones.
Okay, but solo.
The best of all time, the Rolling Stones. This
is why he's great manager.
Led Zeppelin, Beatles. I mean, come on, you have
Zeppelin,
to go.
Beatles, Stones, and the Who. Are you good with those four?
Yes, I'm good with those four.
Okay.
But if you look at what they say, the birth of heavy metal, culmination of bands experimenting with heavier sounds.
Yeah, you could go like Blue Cheer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Like Blue Cheer was one of the Kinks really with the da-na-na-na, da-na-na-na. You really got me. Like that was one of the first rock riffs I think ever done.
Okay.
You think about the one, I think you played it earlier this morning. I mean, Ozzy Osbourne, think of his, that's, that iconic sound that he had.
Mm-hmm.
The sound is so, we were listening last night at home. It's just such a cool sound.
Yep.
You don't appreciate it.
You guys both in agreement, blues, B.B. King?
Well, the blues had a huge influence. Distorted garage rock, acid
like
rock.
I told you off air, Muddy Waters from Robert Johnson also need to be included in that list.
Lead Belly, yeah.
Now for country, I just, again, not my personal selection, but just acknowledging the genre, I jotted down Willie Nelson, but Phil threw out Johnny Cash and Hank Williams.
Oh, no question. Willie Nelson should be in there. Yeah. It should be Hank Williams. Johnny Cash should definitely be in there.
Merle Haggard, you could argue in that group.
All right, you had no interest in pop, so I'll assume you had no interest in hip hop.
Well,
we'll scratch that off.
I mean, hip hop has to be what, like
I don't know. I like Biggie from back in the day, but it's like fifth on my list of genres.
He's Mount Rushmore, though. Is he Mount Rushmore? I
don't know.
I mean, yeah.
I'm not. Look, you guys are the music buffs.
He's one of the greatest of all times. I would agree with that. But Biggie, Tupac.
Here's an article whether Roger Daltrey, talking about the guitarist,
yes.
Roger Daltrey jumping into the crowd, Townsend smashing his guitar on stage, Keith Moon blowing up his drum kit.
Yeah.
Destructive, kind of, that loud, destructive kind of performance, inspiration for others.
All right. There you go. Let's find out now.
Okay.
What occurred? I was expecting more of a debate from the music guys.
We're pretty much on the same page in both cases.
Your boy's dead today. He's gone.
Your boy.
We give away playlists. You can buy it for a donation. And all of a sudden, the music guys, they're more mum than...
We're not mum. We gave you all the answers.
Everything.
We gave you every answer you wanted to. Every answer you wanted.
I don't know what more he wants from us.
I agree.
We should have done another segment on Epstein. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, Greg was right. Dave Davies of the Kinks. I'm looking through
Thank
all
you.
the history.
I'm always right.
Yeah, you are right.
Thank you.
Phil's holding out, so he doesn't want to spill his content for the weekend. I know what this is about.
Yeah, is there
Jimi Hendrix?
Is there going to be a lot of
Cream?
Elvis. Now you have a lot of Ozzy tribute this weekend on Saturday night. Yeah,
probably the first 40 minutes of the show will be Ozzy this week.
Wow!
Look at that.
Cool.
Can we play some rare things?
Yes, absolutely.
I heard those low energy rock stations yesterday. Everybody's playing "Mama, I'm Coming Home" and "Crazy Train" and
I did all the big stuff last week.
Yeah,
this week it's not going to happen.
Can we play some obscure stuff? Not too obscure because I want that 8 share to turn into a 9 share, so not too obscure, but some
Patient Number 9 just came out with Jeff Beck not too long ago, even though it's a 7-minute song. We'll have to see if I can find a
You
single.
know what I've noticed, Stenslin, have you picked up on this? The music snobs, they always poo-poo you when you talk about the big hits. They always want to go deeper in the weeds and play the things that the average person doesn't really know. It's like, I don't want... No,
why do you think I have an 8 chair?
Don't question him.
Cannot relate. Cannot relate. All right, here we go. Phil Almquist on this Wednesday on your 7-year anniversary. Mr. 8-share himself. What occurred today in music history?
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, July 23rd, we celebrate the birthdays of Chad Gracie from Live, Slash from GNR, and David Essex. Happy birthday shout out to Nick Menza from Megadeth. We also lost Amy Winehouse in 2011, and of course, Ozzy yesterday. Singles include Fly to the Angels by Slaughter in 90. Neon Nights by Sabbath in 80. I love my hair metal, you know that, Greg. Love Walks In by Van Halen in 86. And You Give Love a Bad Name by Bon Jovi on the same day. Albums include The Winery Dogs debut in 2013. Slave to the Thrill by Hurricane in 90. My Chemical Romance's debut in 2002. And VOA by Sammy Hagar in 84. Also in 89, Ringo Starr began his first tour since the Beatles broke up. In 69, the Stones were topped the UK singles chart. In 2019, Queen's Bohemian Rhapsody video reached 1 billion views on YouTube. In 77, Judas Priest began their first U.S. tour opening for Led Zeppelin. And in 2001, Megadeth is banned from playing in Malaysia due to unsuitable imagery. But lastly, on this day in 2014, Sarah Palin got a speeding ticket in her hometown. She blamed Sammy Hagar's I Can't Drive 55 that was playing on the radio. After Sammy got word, and I remember this, he tweeted offering to pay for the ticket.
Oh, that's awesome.
For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
That's a nice little nugget. Thank you.
There
I
you
remember
go.
that vividly.
Thank you, Phil.
There you go.
You're welcome.
All right, let's go to Ellen in Willow Grove. She's identified the movie clip this morning. Ellen, what movie did we just play for you?
That is The Bronx Tale.
Bronx Tale!
Yes.
Great movie.
On your way to Dave Matthews. Congratulations, Ellen.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much.
See, I like it. Look how excited she is.
That's what we like to hear. Like, it's like, yeah, thanks.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
Thanks.
the guy's calling. Oh, thanks, man. Thank you. All right, bro. Love the show. Click. Dawn is up next. We find out what she has lined up.
Yeah, we have so much. You know, I had talked about this in news. I touched on it during my show yesterday, but now we get more. So this is one of the women, one of the people who testified, her group, testifying on Capitol Hill about the issue of children, missing children in America who were trafficked, and the organizations behind trying to find the children and trying for transparency, pushing for transparency on who knew what when. A cry for help, children who called a hotline during the previous administration and never received any word. No one answered that call. So you're going to hear from her coming up. This is Allie Hopper, great organization. And we just want to keep this alive, this story, because it is being buried about these missing children by the hundreds of thousands in this country being trafficked. And the report is 65,000 of them called a hotline given to them by the previous administration. Nobody answered the call until just this administration. What's going on here? Why isn't anybody talking about this? This is the real story, should be a headline. So we'll have her. We'll talk. There's so much breaking right now, I can't even go through it. Wow.
All right. The Dawn Show is coming up next. Everybody have a great rest of your Wednesday. And don't forget, Tony Bruno takes over at 12 in for Dom the rest of the week. We will be back tomorrow morning at 6. And if you're on the YouTube chat and the YouTube channel,
like it and then lick it. Yes.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/